Hello and welcome along, and welcome to the third tournament of FSL's fifth season. Joining me today is Copter. Welcome. How you doing, my friend?
Oh, it's a lovely Saturday. I mean, we have FSL. I can't really complain. So everything is pretty much spot on, I would say.
Yep, it's good to be back, and I think this is going to be a good set of games that we've got today. We've got a real cracker to kick us off. I think we've got Helm versus is it Helm versus Trelleborg? I think is up first. Yeah,
It
Trelleborg
is.
versus Helm is going to be our first match. That is sure to be a really, really good match, I think. Helm, of course, dominating so far this season, as they have in previous seasons. And the new Trelleborg team got a lot to prove, really. It seems coming in this year.
Yeah, it will be strange. I mean, Helm, who used to play under the name of Trelleborg, and the kind of like, I think it's the first face-off which they have this season with the new Trelleborg team. So it will be interesting, and for sure, we're gonna be having some mix-up with the words probably because of the past history of Helm. But yeah, definitely will be a good game. So we do have at least 6 matches on the stream. The format, so the last event which we had on Gamescom, of course, was an offline event, and we had a pretty long broadcast days. And but anyways, the players who were actually at the venue, they really enjoyed the format, what kind of like the double elimination bracket, and then kind of like the double elimination of a double elimination bracket. So they were guaranteed to play pretty many matches on that tournament. And now the online tournament has been also adjusted on that format, so we're gonna have a double elimination bracket. So it means that the let's say that Trelleborg or Helm or whoever's gonna be losing will not be completely dropping out of the tournament. There we have the league standing. So Helm, as Alex nicely mentioned, they have been dominating so far. They have 180 points. Lindner on the second place. Then we have 3 teams tied up for the third place. Farming Friends and Mines and tied for the fourth place, and so on. And of course, you can find more of the standings and the results from the previous tournaments from the fsl.giantsoftware.com. What do you think, Alex?
Sorry, yes, everything froze there for a moment. I think it's really interesting. Helm have already pulled out such a commanding lead this season. Continuing on from where they have previously, it is going to be very, very interesting to see if teams can come back and can close that gap, and how quickly they can close it. Because of course, the longer Helm are out there and pulling ahead, the harder it's going to be for teams to close that gap and get higher up the rankings. I think we've got some very interesting teams though coming in, sort of in third and fourth place. We've got Mind Sanity showing a good strong start to the season. We've seen them in every season so far, and they've improved season on season. So really interested to see where they go today and where they end up this weekend.
Hmm. Yeah, yeah, and about the format, so like mentioned, double elimination bracket. So as mentioned, of course, the losing team is going to be dropping on the lower bracket. I think there's a social media image, so you can find it from probably from the from Instagram and Twitter at least, maybe on Facebook as well. So go and have a look on the social media channels. You can find the actual graphics of the bracket. But yeah, we're going to start, as mentioned, with Trelleborg Tires versus Helm. Then we have second match is going to be Team Charlie versus Astragon, and these are the starting round matches. Then we're going to have a couple of matches from the losers bracket actually. So we have some matches covered from there. And then in the end, we're gonna finish off the day. Well, not completely sure. Will this be the final list of the matches? But we're gonna come back to the upper bracket, and then of course all the let's say the later matches from the winners bracket and from the losers bracket is gonna be played then tomorrow, and we'll see them on the broadcast. So we're gonna focus on the matches at hand, and of course we're gonna show more matches from the losers bracket that some of the teams who will lose on the initial round. We get some coverage for them as well because sometimes we just see the tournament start and we see team's name, but then we just don't see the whole whole team during the broadcast at all if they lose on the first round or something like that. So we're gonna have those matches covered, and of course the format is otherwise the same. We're gonna be best of threes, 10-minute rounds, and so on. So kind of like the new rule set which we have for the season 5. No surprises there. There was somebody on the chat wondering if we're gonna see better bail stacking than what we saw on the G Portal event last week. What do you think, Alex? Do we find better bail stackers
I think
than Goham, for example? I mean, would you let DJ Goham to go on the belt?
DJ is great, but I don't think he's going to make the stacker for any FSL team in the near future. It's I think the guys that we have on here today are pros, and I think it's I think we're going to see some amazing bailing stacking in the FSL today. We always do, and we see some amazing bail as well. I mean, we had the Helm Hurl, as it's been rechristened, last tournament at Gamescom, and good to see that return. And we'll see whether they can do that again today.
Mm. Yeah, and of course it's the usual. We have 15,000 euros on the prize pool. We do have some circuit points available, of course, 90 for the winner. So yeah, if Helm, for example, if they're gonna win this tournament as well, then they're gonna go all the way to 270. But if they don't get any points, then the teams who are actually tied on the third place and the Lindner on the second place, I think they have a fair chance of catching up. So we'll see what's gonna happen. And I was still wondering about that. Well, I don't want to go too much on DJ Goham, but maybe he could be subbing for Helm. One match, because if it's a best of threes, they can afford maybe one, pending, of course. So maybe it could be a good publicity stunt or something like that. And of course, the cameras are not going to help you, when you are doing the stacking or the vlog. So then you just have to focus on the game. So maybe that's going to be a different thing. Because I think that there's definitely a mode in DJ who is like very professional, who can do a lot of things. But then he has the entertainer mode as well. And I think on the last weekend's event, he was more on the entertainer mode.
Oh, absolutely, and I think he enjoyed himself immensely last weekend. I think it was a little unfortunate with everything falling off the trailer in the latter stages of that. That's the thing, though. I think once you get to that point where you've got all the attention on you, it gets quite difficult to do that. You end up with very simple, very basic unforced errors that happen, which happens even to the FSL teams in these tournaments. You end up with teams making little mistakes that give their opponents access into the game and allow them to win. So yeah, we'll be looking out for those unforced errors this weekend again. Just trying to see the little places where teams might have had that little mess up that's allowed their opponents a way in and allowed them to take the matches.
Yeah, I mean the unforced errors and any kind of errors in general. I mean, when we have this 10-minute new time for the round, I think it's it's so much more difficult to cover from the mistake you made or whatever happened. So very rarely we see that the teams are actually coming back if they have like let's say a major fault, utility gets stuck on a tree or something like that. It's very difficult, but we have seen that to happen as well. So in a way, even though the 10-minute round makes some the recovery more complicated, but when the recovery actually happens, then it's definitely a more magical one than what we saw during the last season.
Absolutely, and I don't know. I don't know what you the thoughts now that we are 3 tournaments into season 5 on the faster rounds are. I've been really enjoying it. I've been very much liking the speedier, more breakneck games that we've been having. It does force these errors a little bit more. And it does mean that teams have to work that little bit harder to avoid making those errors. It also gives. It also means that if a team does get the upper hand, I think they're able to take a little bit more advantage of it.
Yeah, what I'm really looking on this tournament, this is something, of course, Alex, unfortunately, you were away for the Gamescom, and we did that together with the Kermit. But what we spoke there, so we had My Insanity doing very well on the FarmCon event, but then they were just like completely out from the later matches on the Gamescom event. And so we haven't really seen like a solid second team to rise up. We have Helm, who has been dominating. Then the other teams have been like varying in performance. Also, New Holland, they haven't really got the job done on the first two tournaments. So those are the teams that I'm really watching. New Holland and My Insanity. Will they find the way to proceed further? Than, for example, on the previous tournament, because we didn't see them on the semis or not even the kind of like on the final stages of the tournament. And those were the teams last season which were like claiming the second and the third place on the circuit points. So that is something what I'm really looking forward, because I want to find does the other teams find the solid performance? Because last season we kind of like had teams we were expecting that, yeah, they're going to make all the way to the finals, they're going to battle from the second, third, or fourth place, or at least place on the top 8. But this season, except for Helm, it has been more or less a complete question mark who will be getting their place on the later stages of the tournament. So that's what I'm really watching. And then, of course, also the drops. I mean, no changes on the drops, so we are not seeing anything new regarding those. But also some of the drops we have found that, for example, Crazy Jewel is pretty much useless because you don't have time to go for it. And we see that also the early drops, the first set of drops is very rarely actually used. So we'll see if that's going to change anyhow, if there'll be some new strategies to come into play, because we saw that the winning strategy more or less has been, not always, but I would say that 80% of the times it has been the same. When we come to the final stages of the matches, and then it's just about who is like executing it better. So I want to see if there's going to be any new tricks on the sleeves of the players.
Absolutely, it is that execution that is absolutely key, and it's part of the reason why Helm dominates so much. They are great at the execution of that last stage. We've seen it time and time again with that team, where they have just been able to press and return more bales than anybody else, and in doing that, they've just ended up being top dogs and scoring more points than anybody else is able to.
Mm. Yeah, we'll see how that's gonna go. We should be having the first game pretty much starting. I don't know, at some point. We are waiting for the information. But if you have any thoughts about yourself about this season, or if you have any comments regarding the changes for the season, just put it on the chat. We'll try to read that a little bit and maybe answer to you as well. If you have any open questions or something you really want to know, what do we feel about it? And of course, Alex is the professional. I mean, he does quite a bit of farming simulators, so he may maybe give you a little bit more detailed answers. My views are always like looking from the competitive angle, and then Alex is the guy who knows every single nut and bolt on this game. Probably knows the 3D render model of the bale as well, like from his memory. So I think you are in good hands on that sense. Do you have, Alex, any expectations for this season? Is there something that you really would like to see happening? I mean, we spoke about this tournament and what we are expecting, but what do you think? We still have a quite long season ahead of us. So is there anything that you would like to see how the season is progressing, into which direction, or something that you have been thinking but not really saying it out loud?
I think what I'd really like to see this season, and it's something that I want to see. I've always wanted to see every season, is disruption. I want to see teams not just playing to score as many points as they can. I want to see them try and do things that puts the opponent on the back foot. Quite often, those games don't end up being the highest scoring games, but they tend to be the most exciting games, because those are the ones where you see teams trying to do things that are out of the ordinary, and do things that end up being really, really interesting from the point of view of a viewer. So yeah, more of that. I'd love to see teams coming in and doing that. And in the past, that has been the way to beat Helm. Teams that have come in and have disrupted Helm's gameplay invariably have been the teams that have taken the game off them, or in some cases even beaten them. And yeah, I would like to see more of that disruptive gameplay. I think that's just would be a great thing to see this season.
Yeah, I think on
How
the
about you?
first tournament, Yeah, go ahead.
How about you? What would you really like to see more of this season, Copter?
Um, yeah, well, of course, I want to see the teams are beating Helm. That's everybody. Everybody's expecting that. I mean, I have no favorites here to be honest, but still, I mean, it would do good for the kind of like spice up the season if Helm is not going to be winning every tournament almost like they did last season. But of course, they're great players, and I always love to see. I want to see some new tricks from them as well because I know that they do have some tricks which they haven't yet shown, most probably. So we'll see. The one thing that I have been following on Helm is that the first tournament they lost a round, and then I think on the previous tournament they also lost a round. So they haven't been like completely winning everything so far. So they have been forced to go on the third series. Or the third match of the series, and I want to see that. Yeah, teams are pushing Helm. That's what I really want to see, and also, um, if we look this season and the previous season, I think that almost every time, okay, there are exceptions. It's not always like this, but most of the time, when there's something new introduced to the gameplay with the strategy wise and so on, or maybe an individual trick that they can do, it's almost every time introduced by Helm, and then the others are
Yeah,
just catching up, adapting into it. And I want to see that somebody will make or will come up with something which will put Helm to adapt instead of the other way around. That's what I really want to see to happen. That Helm would be. You said that they need to be challenged, they need to be put on the edge, and coming up with something new. That's one way of doing it. So and of course now because the combo points are, let's say that we are still seeing the combo points to come, but for example, these very big pushes with a huge amount of bales, um, you don't really have the time to build that at this season. So that we have seen some smaller combos to happen, like a 10 bales or something like that, but I don't think we have seen anything over that so far. And to come up with something like really disruptive, that's what I would like to see. But of course, the elements are there, and Chef needs to do something with them. But
excellent.
yeah,
I think I'm trying to we just trying to work out when we have our first match coming up here. So we are.
well, the match is going to come when it's going to come. I think we are just waiting. There's some kind of a delay, clearly. I don't know what that is because, I mean,
Yeah.
usually the match starts more than, earlier than 15 minutes when we have done this segment, but that's completely fine. We are just waiting. And do we have anything on the chat?
There's,
No,
I
not
just
really.
had.
Where do I sell bales on this map? Okay. Where do you sell bales? That's from Josh Morning. I think he has been watching enough FSL, so he knows how the bales actually work. But if you're wondering where you can actually sell the bales, maybe you'll find a place where you can buy the pancakes instead. So that's how the finances work. You sell something and then you buy something, and the only true FSL fan merchandise is the pancakes. But that's a different discussion. So we're gonna be
Excellent.
talking about the pancakes. But yeah, waiting for the game to start, and as mentioned, it's gonna be Trailer Box Tires versus Helm, and that's how we're gonna start it. Um, we didn't see much of the telehandlers being used this season. I mean, I think there was a one game where Helm was playing with the telehandlers, but we haven't seen them to be that much into use. They haven't been banned that heavily as last season either, as far as I recall. That it's an option that some of the teams have left open. There are a couple of teams who always ban them when they play against Helm, but then we have some teams who have left them open, and we haven't really seen anybody else much using the telehandler, so that's one thing as well. So maybe um, something that the teams can take maybe into account that we do have some more information about the situation. So there's a player who cannot connect, so there's some technical issue, unfortunately, and yeah, and then that's about it. So we are waiting for it. We have spoken about the bracket, which was asked from us. Could you please go through the bracket? But we have done the bracket. As if you have any questions about the bracket, but if you go and Google double elimination bracket, that's where you get the information how it actually works.
Oh, so I'd said I was going to say sorry for me dropping out there for a moment. I decided I was having a little bit of trouble hearing you fully, Copter. I had to switch internet connections for a moment.
Mm. Okay, Alex will be back. I'll be here. It's the usual UK internet, but I heard a rumor that Alex is actually getting a fiber. It's gonna take a while. I think he needs to dig the whole fiber himself, but it's gonna come at some point. So we'll be getting actually Alex that is alive 24/7. But that's a different matter. But anyways, I just got information from to my ear that the issue I think has been solved. So we're gonna. Oh no, it's actually not solved. We're gonna go straight to match number 7. So we're gonna go to Team Charlie versus Astragon, and we're gonna see that. So we're gonna skip the match which we said, and we're not gonna do the Trelleborg Tires versus Helm because there's a problem with one of the players connecting, and we're gonna go and see what's going on with the match number 7, which is Team Charlie versus Astragon. So that's gonna be the first game of the well, it's not an evening of the day. Of course, it depends like where you're watching from, but most of the viewers I would imagine are still from the Europe, and it's pretty early Saturday morning still here. But of course, if you are from the other side of the sea, then I know that it's
Hello.
a quite much different time zone for you guys. And Alex is back as well. So we just got Alex information. We're going to be showing the match number 7 instead. We're going to watch the Astragon versus Team Charlie because there's a player who cannot connect. And I hope that you, as the host and the man himself, that you have everything now connected.
I know their pain at the moment. I am having wonderful internet fun in that I can about hear you, and I believe I'm coming through on the stream okay, but it's yeah, trying to make sure that internet works here in rural Norfolk is great fun.
Mm. Yeah, I was just telling while you were disconnected, I told you that you're going to build your own fiber soonish. So we can expect that we actually will have at some point Alex who's going to be connected 24/7.
Oh, I am very much looking forward to having a fiber connection here in the next 12 months. It is going to make a massive, massive difference.
What about those Elon Musk satellite connections? I think that will work on your area as well.
What the sorry, I didn't catch that.
Just forget it. But yeah. Yeah, well, Alex is anyways fixing something clearly, and we'll be just waiting for the match to start. I don't know what is the scheduled time for the match number 7, but I'm expecting that as soon as the match is available, we'll be there. And of course, I know that the chat is definitely waiting to hear about the pancakes. So I do have this master plan because every time we are here at the studio, people are talking about the pancakes, and we have seen that Alex has been putting pictures of pancakes, and we have seen Terminator to put some pictures of pancakes as well. So I'll really try to make some pancake this evening, and hopefully I still have some left in the morning, which I can take on the studio then, and or maybe we'll finally see another glimpse of the finished pancake. Who knows?
Excellent. Oh. Yeah. Right. So, yeah, connection issues around everywhere at the moment, and hopefully excuse me, and hopefully pancake later. I am just.
What are you looking for? Do you have a cable there somewhere?
Well, because that is the length of cable I have to work with at the moment. So I'm trying to find an extension.
Okay.
Man.
Well, there we go. We have right. Starlink. Josh Modding said Starlink is the one, the satellite connection which the Elon
Starlink.
Musk has been producing. So maybe that has the coverage on the UK area as well, or maybe we'll give it like a donation to Alex that he will get the Starlink, and then we probably would get a 1080p stream from him as well. Skyhawker saying that it's 6:20 p.m. there, so that's gonna be quite much in the somewhere in Asia. Yeah, because in the US it's like sometime during the night, and Europe that is definitely not. So that's gonna be somewhere like in the Skyhawker can tell himself, but that's definitely a different time. That's like 7 hours ahead from here where I'm currently, and probably 8 hours ahead of the Central European time. But okay. Oh, there's people asking for the chicken
Right.
dance, Alex. Can you do that? Or is the court too short? Okay.
I'm sorry in that I can hear nothing at the moment, Compton. My apologies.
Okay. Well, definitely a different kind of a start for the broadcast this time. So match delayed. Alex is on his knees. So I guess that's the content in some way at least. But yeah, like I mentioned, we are waiting for the match number 7. I hope that the players going to be able to connect on that game instead. And we'll see when the first game is going to start. Meanwhile, we're going to have a look on Alex's noble chair. And of course, his lovely collection of the caps, which you have on the back wall as well. Australia. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Melbourne, Australia is a Skyhawker. Of course, we have a bit of a delay on the stream as well. So, but yeah, that definitely makes sense. I wouldn't mind being on Australia. It's a lovely place. I have been there a couple of times, and I really have enjoyed my stay every time I have been there. Oh, and I just got the information that it's about 20 seconds or 30 seconds to the start of the game. So we finally will be heading to some action after this pretty longish talking segment. So there we go. Team Charlie versus Astragon. That's the name of the game. So finally, the first game of the tournament, at least on the stream, is going to be starting up. And we're going to be entering to the ban phase. And we can see that it's going to be Astragon who's going to start it. Let's see if the what I said about the telehandler is going to be correct. Not sure, but we'll figure that out pretty soon. So we can see the New Holland is going to be banned. Let's see what else we do have here coming up. Team Charlie is going to ban Class Arian. I'm not really expecting much of a surprises here, but it looks like that we're going to have the telehandlers actually banned on this game. Vulture is going to be banned, and do we have the second telehandler banned by Astragon? Yeah, we do. Manitou is going to be taken out of the equation as well. And now we're going to go on the Captain Fix phase. And of course, Alex, do you now have everything working? Okay, looks like that he's still away. So I'm just waiting for Alex to say something. I'm going to be just... I'm going to continue speaking meanwhile. I hope you're not going to be getting bored with my voice, but we'll have lovely Alex back in a second as soon as everything is sorted out with the cables and everything. So let's see. We do have, of course, the perk. So we're going to go perk versus perk. It's not going to be anything that special. I mean, on the last tournament, we saw that the kind of like people wanted to mix the perks from time to time, but then of course sometimes they're just going to go against the same perk. Team Charlie and Astragon, they do have a quite similar set of strategies in the past. So they don't have, for example, any like a big horse strategy, which we saw coming up from on the last tournament. And now we're going to be entering. Otherwise, the picks, as we can see, the utilities and the player perks and the everything are pretty much the same. So we'll just wait and see how this is going to go. But yeah, finally, we have the first game of the day. And of course, 10 minutes on the clock. Everything best of 3 like it used to be on the past as well. And now we're going to have the battle for the past. Let's see if you do have any early mistakes here. We can see that, yeah. Oh, both teams are actually touching the, well, I guess it's a gate a little bit on their way. So that's going to delay maybe a half a second. Not going to be a big of a deal because Bauer and Matze heading to get the baler from there. Sorry, the combine. And not that many challenges actually going on because in Major Melon going for the baler. We'll see how the first bale is going to be started to build up instead. So Major Melon will be definitely the one who's going to be making the bale. They didn't have lots of problems with the combine either, or the harvester. So yeah, I think it should be decent. Hard to tell. We can see that Team Charlie is actually way ahead, already doing the bale. It's just a matter of seconds when we see that the Martin is going to be disengaging behind Charlie. And there we can see that he's going to go. It's going to be a tree on the way. So I think, yeah, it's not a problem. Just a little bit different kind of a route, actually, to be honest. And it's going to go already above the bridge. This is going to be about 140 if he's going to be tossed that in, but he seems to be reversing it in. But it can still be about 139 or 38, but he's going to miss the bale. No, it's going to be 139. He's going to get that in. Well, that's a good start. And Astragon coming here. Major Melon doesn't seem to be... Oh, he's actually tossing it. And... Oh, 130. So that's a 9-point difference. And on Alex's term, that's about half a bale. And I guess we are waiting for Alex. So he should be arriving at some point. We'll see how that's going to go. Yeah, we can see Charlie. So now, yeah, the drops are coming in. We already have the 8.5-minute drops they have spawned. And there we can see silo closed. We can see bridges raised. So yeah, I mean, we did see some early grain deliveries on the last tournament. So people didn't want to wait for the second batch of the drops. So in a way, maybe, but I don't think so. But maybe it could be that a late pickup of the silo close could have some kind of an impact. But I don't think it's going to be much of a case, to be honest. So I don't think that it makes much of a sense to pick that up for now. And when following the stats, we can see actually Team Charlie pressing one more bale as well, and they are collecting the grain. It's not a big deal, the one bale, but if there is, let's say, if there would have been some kind of a multiplier, for example, for the bale points, then it would have maybe made sense to make that one delivery. As we have seen that the points are pretty much, quite even on these tournaments, depending how the strategy goes. So you have to utilize these small time slots when you can, obtain 40 points or something like that, of course, without sacrificing the what the rest of the team is doing at the moment. So we'll see. But anyways, business as usual. The grain amounts are pretty much the same. We haven't seen much of a difference on either of the sides so far. And now we'll just wait and see how this is going to advance. We can see Martin going straight to the silo. We can see Major Melon kind of like following the same path as well. So to me, at least, this looks like that we are pretty much both teams are actually executing the same strategy in a way. And we can see Martin starting to pour in the grain already. And then we are just waiting what's going to happen with Astragon. Yeah, they're going to start doing the same as well. So, yeah, execute exactly the same. A slight advantage for Team Charlie. And remember that they have that one bale on their inventory. So so they could do something if they get that multiplier. And maybe if there's going to be a multiplier on the drops which are spawning in a matter of, I think, like 1 minute from here. So then that could change the situation a little bit. But, yeah, so far, everything is pretty, even. And I guess we have lost Alex completely for the moment. So just trying to see if I'll find him from Discord to know when he's going to be back. But that's fine. You're just stuck with me, unfortunately, for the moment. So if you like to hear Alex's voice, he will be here. But before he comes back, I'll just keep doing my motor mouth. But yeah, with the multipliers, we can see Team Charlie ending up with 2.2 at the moment. But both teams, as you can notice, they do have some grain, and Astragon has more grain, about the amount of grain which you need to put those multipliers back even. And we have the second batch of drops. So 5.5, and now we'll just wait to see what is there. We can see a lot of bales actually coming from Major Melon. Bale multiplier, bale drop. So this is the time for Team Charlie. They have 4 bales. They do have 2.2 multiplier. If they will go for the bale multiplier, that's about 33 points per bale. And it might be worth of actually doing it. Let's see who's going to go for what. Bale multipliers there and bale drop. Bale drop might be, let's say that if you have a really like laid down strategy for the moment, that you really want to follow that, maybe going for the bale drop. It's not going to like disrupt you that much that you can just execute whatever you wanted to do straight from the start. So that is a possibility, but we haven't seen anybody going for them yet. And that is a little bit strange. I guess they're waiting for the last minute, and then we can see Bauer and Matze going to come for the bale drop. Or no, that's going for the, and this is costing a lot of time. Bale multiplier for both. Yes, that makes sense. So they just want to make sure that they have as many bales as possible to use with the multiplier, to be honest. And I can notice the messages on the chat about the missing the game audio. I will ping that for the production. So hopefully hopefully they will adjust something regarding it. So that message has been definitely passed to the production. And hopefully well, hopefully going to be hearing me at least for the time being. But I don't hear the game audio myself either, so I guess it's the same for you guys. And I'm pretty sure that they will fix that at some point. So we'll just have to wait for it. Don't worry about it. These guys are professionals. They know what they're doing, and they will come back with the audio at some point. Bales are going in, so that's going to be one bale for Astragon at least with the 1.5. Bale multipliers are going to be 30 points with the normal 4.0 multiplier. And as we can see, meanwhile, as I have been talking, the both of the teams, they have emptied their grain, and 2.0 multiplier will be for both of the teams for the remains of the match. That's going to be 30 points for Astragon. They have been delivering some bales. Team Charlie hasn't really been delivering any, and they haven't taken the advantage from the bale from the bale multiplier, which they had. Finally, Charlie's getting some bales, but it's only 10 seconds on the clock remaining. I mean on the bale multiplier, not on the actual game clock. That's going to be one bale dropping down from Astragon, but they will still do a better job utilizing that multiplier. There's going to be 20 bale points available as well. Super drop has spawned. And looking at the bale accounts, Team Jolly with 9. And what is that? A flying tractor. Power Matse coming with some big air. That is amazing jump, to be honest. I mean, if he would be from Netherlands, I would call him the Flying Dutchman, but he's not. So definitely a very impressive jump. I don't think that I have seen so great balance in the air in the past. Every time the tractors are a little bit struggling with it, but this time it was like almost like from the skateboarding movie, more or less. And did I hear some keyboard noise on the background? Alex, are you there?
You might have. I'm back. My internet went out. I am back, hopefully, but everything is still a bit shaky at the moment.
Okay. Just let me know when you want to join in. I'm going to continue. We have 2 minutes to go, so you'll just figure it out. We have plenty of matches to come. So don't worry, guys. Alex will be here. You will not going to miss your favorite commentator and the community figure. He's going to be definitely back as soon as everything is sorted out. 1 minute and 45 on the clock, and we can see the point situation. Astragon 290, and it's about 81. Well, it's not about, it's exactly 81 point gap, and there's going to be more points for Astragon. I'm just starting to wonder. It's 1.5 minutes to go, 13 bales remaining for Team Charlie. So, yes, in a way, they do have some more bales than Astragon, but I'm just really worried about the clock. That do they have the time to put all of those bales to get the 20 points per bale? That is a bit of a question mark for me. So, yeah, I'm a little bit suspicious. It could be a very close one. That bale is a little bit shaky, but it's going to go on that belt and should be actually... No, the one is going to drop down, and the other one is going to... Oh, it's going to drop as well. That is not good for Team Charlie. They're going to lose about 20 points with that one because, I mean, they don't have the time to stack all those 14 bales on the second floor for sure. But, yeah, 100-point difference for the moment. And Astragon, I mean, I would say that they're not doing like a super performance by stacking the bales on the belt, but, you know, they're getting some there from time to time, and slowly but steadily they're increasing the gap. We can see Martin just coming with a pushable to try to make a combo. I don't think it's going to be doable because Astragon will probably have some bales on the belt as we speak. There's going to be 2 more, and there's actually a chance for a combo if they will be doing the timing right, but no, they're going to lose that for now. So there's just in time 1 bale from Astragon. I think they had a setup. They had 5 bales stuck in. They had 2 on the belt, and I think that Martin was waiting for the right time. It's going to be 500 points for Astragon. It's going to be just 10 seconds to go. 100 points of difference, and I don't think there's a chance. A lot of chaos here with Team Charlie. Charlie is getting 1 in. Manny is going to try to push 1 more in, but yeah, it's not going to be enough, unfortunately. And Astragon will take the first round of this best of 3 series with a pretty clear about 100-point gap. As we can see, 101. And when we look at the amount of delivered bales, okay, that's like a 3 bale difference, more or less. And they are all on the second floor as well. So, yeah, Team Charlie, they will leave with 5 undelivered bales. And, you know, if they would have delivered those on the second floor, it would have been just a 1-point difference in the end. So, unfortunate, but that's how it goes. Anyways, at least we got the tournament up and running, and of course we'll be heading towards the second game of the series. And I just also got a confirmation from the production team that they are working on the game audio, so they know about the issue. They knew about it already before it was mentioned, but they are currently working on it. So we'll just wait and see when it's going to be appearing. and I guess we do the same with Alex as well. Oh, there's his head. He's just coming. Like, hey, boys. you know, that is
I
pretty
am
much when you go
desperately
to your
trying
kitchen. When you go to your kitchen after
Oh, this
work,
is
and you'll find the plumber behind the kitchen desk. Like, oh, there's somebody in.
so normally I'll put it this way. No, I have 3 different internet connections here. Normally, if one of them's failing, I will switch over to one of the other ones. My phone is refusing to connect to my computer right now, and therefore I can't get my backup internet connection in. However, that seems a little bit more stable right now. So I'm hoping it might remain. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to run out of the room and go and grab a USB-C to USB-C cable, because that's the only connector I have available in the back of my computer that I haven't tried yet.
Well, we do have a break. Not yet. We don't have a break. We're going to go for the second game
Not
of the
yet.
series. But when we do have a break, and I get to be a little bit off from the camera, I'll pick up something from the shelf that I just noticed. And I'll show it to you, Alex, and of course to the viewers as well. And then we can have a discussion about it later on. Anyways, Astragon wins the first game of the series. I don't know if Alex had much of a chance to follow it, but it was a pretty clear about 100 point of a difference. Team Charlie, 5 undelivered bales, which kind of explains the difference. And of course, the first bale was pretty close, like 9 points apart. So yeah, it was a good game. We didn't see any much of a mistake, pretty much the same strategies, but I would say that the key moment was when the bale multiplier came out, and Team Charlie didn't really have the time to take advantage of it, so they just had the final. They had 90 seconds, and I think they had the first bale on the belt like when there were those 15 seconds to go, and the second game is just about to start. Okay, let's see. Do we have anything special? We saw both of the telehandlers being banned. On the last game, we saw Khazarian being banned as well. So, well, could be just the same bans exactly. Let's see what are the perks this time. So, on the previous game, as we saw, both teams did use the unstoppable. So, will it be bottleneck or something else? Maybe it's bottleneck versus bottleneck. I think that would be a pretty normal follow-up for the previous match. Yeah, it's exactly the same bans which we had on the previous game as well, so no surprises there. And now we can see what's going to be as a perk. It's going to be Big Haul actually versus bottleneck, and if that's going to be the thing, I'm really excited actually that somebody else will take the Big Haul already at this point. We saw the great herbicide strategy as well from a different team on the previous tournaments, but yeah, I think this is interesting to see the bottleneck versus Big Haul. And Alex is gone. Okay, maybe the connection wasn't that stable as he really thought, so we'll just wait and see.
I am here. I'm just trying to.
Okay, just keep on. Ping me when you are ready, and then we'll see. But yeah, nothing that special with the. I mean, the Big Haul versus Unstoppable is definitely interesting. We have seen this played on the past, but the. Yeah, I mean, usually it has to be more. I mean, okay, so Unstoppable versus Big Haul has been really a thing which we have seen. I think teams have kind of like found a way to counter those. And this is interesting because now you can actually break the belt. There's no Unstoppable versus Big Haul. So I think this will be interesting to see. Will this like follow the same lines which we have seen on the past? And anyways, the fight for the first bale is going to start. On the previous game, Team Charlie got 139 and Astragon got 130. So now we'll just wait and see how this is going to go. We didn't see much of a challenge on the past. We can see that the Astragon will at least get that one combine. We can see Charlie going for the combine as well. So everybody should be getting what they are trying to get in the end. So the first bale battle could be a pretty tight one. And we can see Charlie heading. We can see immediately a team member following. I think it's Martin who's right behind him. So the first bale is going to be... They're starting to build here. And let's see.
Major Mellon getting a fairly good start in there.
Yeah, I think Yeah, there we can see Major Melon already getting away. And on the previous game, we did have that Astragon was struggling a little bit with the first bale.
In fact, yeah, that looks like a much better start for Astragon there than Team Charlie. In fact, Astragon are heading in for their first bale. They're well ahead of Team Charlie. And backing up and in. It's not a flick, but it is 136 points for the first bale versus 133. So only 3 points in it.
Yeah, that's pretty close. It was about the same. We had 139 and 130 on the last one. So it's not that big of a difference. And let's see. They will just go. We have the first set of drops coming in a couple of seconds. We'll see if there's anything that can be used. Crazy Tool, bridges raised. Maybe. I mean, well, I don't think it's going to make much of a difference at this point. Maybe the bridges raise is something that you might go for. But, you know, people are not usually delivering the bells next to the belt at this point of the game. So maybe, yeah, it's a pretty useless. And like mentioned, the Crazy Tool is... I'm not going to say that it's completely useless, but, you know, kind of like organizing the Crazy Tool. Already we spoke about that last season, that it's sometimes quite tricky to go for Crazy Tool because then you really need to have a guy in position to actually utilize the Crazy Tool, you know, to be ready to do something with it. And usually that is not the case. And here we can see the big call, as I did say on the last tournament. So Optimus Prime, as I called it, the Transformers, more or less. I don't know why, but that's my childhood memories. So that's being filled. And we also saw that, you know, with the combines and with the trailer, you can actually get the same amount of grain. And we saw multiple vehicles being set up on the silos versus the big haul on the previous tournament, so that could be the case here as well. But we'll see how this is going to go forward, but the usual grain collection is ongoing. Okay. And yeah, Alex is saying that he's going to do something about the connection still, so he's going to be disconnected. So we're going to wait for him still. But no worries.
I'm hoping that this might hold up for now, and then we can do something in the break. But yeah, I need to switch over to something that has Wi-Fi so I can connect it to my phone.
Yeah, the funny thing is that the connection was working almost all the time at the studio, and then when we actually started to have some matches, then it started to fail. So maybe your router actually has its own opinion about the game.
It's really weird. It's been fine all week up until trying to do this morning.
Yeah. Well, who knows? It is what it is, and let's not worry about it too much. Just, yeah, we'll live with it. Anyways, Astragon has been delivering some grain already, and remember, they don't have the big haul. So they have been faster than Team Charlie. They do have a 2.4 multiplier. They don't have any bales. Team Charlie, like on the last game as well, they have been producing some early bales. So we'll see if there's going to be a bale multiplier, for example, again on a 5.5 minute mark, and maybe Team Charlie can utilize that as well this time, because the last time when they got the bale multiplier, they didn't actually, I don't know, maybe they got like one bale in with the multiplier, which wasn't really that good, to be honest. We'll see. But yeah, 5 bales pressed so far, none for Astragon, and just a couple of seconds, we'll see what are going to be the drops here, and that will be, oh yeah, grain multiplier and bridges lowered, and of course the grain multiplier is the one here that you want to see, and that's actually pretty large, 1.7, the multiplier, that's pretty, that's quite much, to be honest, and with the big haul, that's, let's see, yeah, it's 1.5 for Team Charlie, yeah, okay, so, yeah, because of the multiplier what they have currently. So interesting to see how this is going to play out. Do you have anything to say about this, Alex?
Having a good multiplier ahead of them like that is actually, yeah, is going to give Astragon a massive advantage.
Yeah, Team Charlie's belt has been just stopped. So they have the big haul. This is actually pretty rare. I mean, usually with big haul, you don't see that guy's... Yeah, but I mean that usually when you have the big haul, you're the one who's like usually stopping the belt of the other if they don't have the unstoppable. So we don't really see that often happening when the big haul side belt is actually stopped. But there we go. That's gonna be fixed pretty soonish, as we can see that the huge amount of grain is gonna go inside with that 1.7 multiplier. Remember, 1.5, yeah. So that's gonna end up with 2.5, 2.6 actually before Astragon started to pour their grain in. And this is gonna be like about 2.0. Maybe Astragon will have a slight advantage maybe when they get that final 9k back in. And that's gonna happen in a matter of seconds. So do they still have the time? They have 15 seconds, so they have to get that multiplier, and that's actually huge for them if they get that still within that 8 seconds of the time, and they will start pouring it in. It's gonna be close, it's gonna be close, just 3 seconds to go, and they will make it to 2.2, and that's gonna be enough. Those are the multipliers most probably, which are gonna stay all the way till the end of a round. And look at Team Charlie at the same time. This time they're not really sitting on their heels. They are getting the bales in. It's going to be 1.8 though, but still I think they're doing better job with the stacking the bales on the belt than they did on the last game. Okay, and now we can see Astragon, of course, doing the same as well. They do have the advantage from the multiplier. 2.2, 3 minutes to go. I mean, this is actually looking pretty convenient, if you ask from me. I mean, both teams have about the same amount of bales. The time, the point difference is not that big. Of course, Astragon has a slight advantage. But one thing that's really that I'm really focusing on noticing here is we still have plenty of time. So usually when we come closer towards the end, we'll find the teams who have like large amount of bales, but they don't have the time to put them in. And now I think that the ratio between the bales and the time is pretty much right. So I would imagine that most of the teams will get these bales in. We have Astragon actually having, they do have the bottom boost, which they got from the super drop. And that's why they are putting those bales in. And that's almost the 6 bales already. I don't think that they have the time for the combo because we see Team Charlie going right next to the belt as well. But they do have 6 out of 10. And that's going to be 2 more. And there actually would be a chance because these guys are pretty far away. Maybe there's a 1 bale on the belt. No, there isn't. I mean, there was definitely a time for Astragon to make a combo. But instead, Charlie having a bit of a problem at the bridge as well. 11 bales, 5 bales on the other side. So now Team Charlie's again ending up with a higher amount of bales, but just not getting them in. Bauer Mats is struggling a little bit. I would say that there was definitely a 30 seconds of time when there was nobody from Team Charlie's side next to the barn, and there would have been a chance to get those 4 bales definitely in. Maybe on the first floor, but still they would have been able to make that combo. But that's not going to happen now. So it's going to be 1 bale for Team Charlie on the current combo stats, which you can see, by the way, just above the minimap. 1 minute and 15 seconds, and more bales are getting in. Team Charlie doing the same mistakes, unfortunately, which we saw in the last game as well, and dropping a couple of the bales away from that belt. And I think this is following the same pattern exactly. Astragon, they are getting the bales there. Not like any super stacking. It's not like PB or anybody like that, or Martin doing the stacking. But Astragon, they're just steadily getting those points, and that's gonna be most probably enough. But who knows? We'll just have to wait and see. But the point difference is already 170 points. And it's just 40 seconds, and there's no way that Team Charlie can put all of those bales on the second floor. So I don't think that they do have a chance of getting like that required 170 points from those bales which they have remaining. No way, because it's 1.8 multiplier for them as well. So I would say that Astragon has already won this one, and they should be claiming the series as well with a clear sheet of 2-0. 15 seconds to go, 400 points for Team Charlie. Major Melon just reversing that in. They don't have to worry about that. Bale is still going to go inside. It's going to be 600 something points for them for sure. And Team Charlie seems to be settling in about 450 points. And there we can see Astragon claiming the second game of the series as well. And they will take the best of 3 series with a 2-0 scoreline. So that's the thing. So Team Red has a higher score as the graphics are telling us. And 1 bale more delivered for Astragon. So once again, we can see that the amount in bales, I think it was exactly the same on the last one. So that's not the thing. It's the multiplier, and of course the bottom boost which they had as well. So that makes the difference. And Alex seems to be very focused on something, so I guess it's a pretty fair thing to say that he's probably disconnected currently. Otherwise, I think he should won an award from as being a statue on the broadcast. So good job, Alex. Nicely holding your face. So maybe he's gonna win the staring contest or something with the production team. Meanwhile, from the webcam feed. But anyways, so Astragon will take the first game of the series. We did have a quite let's say a different start for today. We were waiting for the first game for 20 minutes. Finally ended up seeing the other game. I don't have the information about the other game, but we're going to be heading for a short break. We'll be back in about 3 minutes. So it's not going to be a long one. We are not doing the 5 minute breaks, and then we'll see if we can finally get Alex back as well. But I'll be definitely here, so enjoy the break, and I'll see you guys as soon as the broadcast is going to resume. And welcome back. And Alex is still having the staring contest, so I guess it's pretty fair to say that he's still trying to solve the issues. We're going to have the replays from the previous match, and the next game is going to be, as you saw, Helm versus the Trelleborg Tires. But just a small recommendation, and now Alex can't even answer. But there is a world where the troubles which he's having doesn't exist. This is called a 5G router, and it does about 500 to 7,500 megabits per second. So just a very small recommendation that there are things that you can do. Anyways, we're going to have the replays meanwhile. And, Astragon won the series 2-0, as we saw. This was from the first game of the series. Some mistakes for Astragon as well. We saw quite similar situation. This is the great jump. That was just amazing. I mean, look at how well balanced. It's almost like from the skateboarding movie from the, on the ramp. And this was the situation for Team Charlie when both of the bales did drop from the belt. And of course, that wasn't what they were hoping for. Charlie had a bit of a mistake on the bridge as well. And that's about it. That was the first game. And now we should be having the expected match, which we're supposed to have as a first game of the day. So Helm versus Trelleborg Tires. And we did speak about this with Alex already at the starting studio. But yeah, we're really wanting to see how this goes because we know Helm, they have been, winning pretty much everything for the past, half a year at least. And Trelleborg is kind of like their old organization. We do have a new team there. So we'll see how this is going to go in the end. And very exciting lineup. I guess Trelleborg, we are expecting that maybe they will ban the telehandlers. Who knows? That's maybe a smart move versus Helm. Of course, pending from the perks as well. Let's say that because we have seen on the past that if Helm runs with, let's say, with unstoppable, well, not with unstoppable, but with the let's say with the big haul or maybe with the bottleneck. They don't really need the belt. We have seen if they get the telehandlers in use, they can just keep on working. They have the famous Helm hurdle these days, and we know that with the telehandlers they can do quite a bit of stuff. Also get the belts pretty much almost all. They don't have to do the toss. They have their way of reaching out all the way to the second floor of the barn as well without the belt. So interesting to see, and of course the perks which the teams are going to be picking by the captains that will be kind of like setting the pace, and of course together with the bans, and then we'll see what kind of a gameplay we're going to be expecting as kind of like the Helm strategies are. Well, at least they have been quite. I would say that pending from the bans and perks, we have seen that they have a couple of different playing styles. So I guess the key thing, at least from my point of view, would be for Trelleborg that if they will decide, well, let's say that if the telehandlers are. They should ban telehandlers. I think that's the easiest thing to say at this point, because if the telehandler is going to be in play, then definitely I don't think that Trelleborg should be allowed to play on. Let's say that the bottleneck run with the telehandlers. To be honest, that's what I think more or less. But of course, we'll get some different opinions. Getting word from Alex that he's changing a PC currently, trying to join a VMix call, so maybe he's going to be here back in after a while. So we'll see how that's going to go. But as mentioned before that, we still have his face. He's still staring at the production team. And I mean, he hasn't blinked even once. So that's, I would say, a pretty static stare, more or less. But okay, we spoke about the format. So as mentioned, for the guys who joined up later, we're going to have a double elimination bracket this weekend as well. So kind of like what we had on Gamescom, it's going to be adapted on the online. So we do have a double elimination. We should be seeing still this game, Trelleborg versus Helm. And I'm just going to watch it from my other screen. So yeah, we should have this match. And these are from the opening round number 1. And then we should have some matches from the round number 2 from the losers bracket. And then I think we're going to have 3 matches from the losers bracket. And then we're going to have 1 match from the upper bracket, which should be the kind of like the semi-final of the upper bracket. So those we have scheduled for today. And we'll see how it goes. But yeah, and then tomorrow we'll have more matches, of course, from both of the upper and the lower brackets. So we'll just try to get enough coverage from both of the brackets. But as this is online, so some of the matches will be played at the same time. At Gamescom, the last tournament, then of course the teams were playing on the stage. Only one match was able to run at the same time. That's how we ended up with the very long broadcast as well. So now with the online, as teams have the ability to play a match at the same time, we're going to show the selective matches from here and there, and then of course when we get to the final phase, then I will show all of the most important matches from there. So don't worry, there's going to be plenty of Farming Simulator coverage this weekend, and just of course, I think you already know it, but just to make sure that tomorrow we're going to start at the same time as well, 10 a.m. especially a.m., not p.m. 10 a.m. Central European summertime. We're going to start it tomorrow as well. But okay, let's finish this day, of course, before that. So that's the thing. Let's see. There's gonna be some messages from the production. I'm just gonna have a quick look. Okay, they're trying to figure out Alex, but I guess we're gonna be starting the game as soon as they are ready. These guys, they had this was supposed to be our first game of the day, but they had some connection issues. Not sure who, but somebody had a connection issue, and that's why we waited for 15 minutes for the game to start, and then we decided to skip on the second game, so we're gonna come back on that game. I hope they have resolved all the issues with the connection now, and then we'll see, well, when the game is going to start, how it's going to go. Keminator, he's not here. I know as a fact that he's sleeping currently, so he's not on the chat. He wasn't feeling that good, so he's a bit of a sick currently, having a flu or something like that, so he's just sleeping it off, and that's why he's not here either. So that's the name of the game. I wish that Terminator is going to be, of course, feeling better very soon, because I love that I love the fact that he's like part of the FSL scene. He has been doing so much great work for the FSL during the years and the community, both on the NA and also in Europe. So that's always nice to see Terminator being present. But this time I just spoke him before the broadcast. He was just going to sleep. So usually when we come here, we know that it's pretty early in NA. So he was just usually at this time he's like, oh, I'm just coming to the studio, waking up, and this time it was the other way around. So just before we started the broadcast, I was actually going to sleep instead, and that was quite abnormal. But that's how it goes when you're, of course, not feeling that well. Do we have anything interesting on the chat happening currently? No, Virtual Farmer has been explaining the situation a little bit, what's going on, and yeah, Feldon is there. Just modding, all the usual. So of course I hope that you're gonna have some great time. And I can see that Alex is not staring anymore. Can we hear him as well? No voice. So he's just talking, and we can see the mouth moving. But yeah, that's pretty much it. And now, I mean, if you're not gonna talk, you can just stare on the camera. That's fine as well. Just show those lovely eyes of yours. And now there's the Dracula moment when he opens the white browser on his PC screen and gets all that light in his face. And I love the fact that Alex cannot answer at the moment at all because the microphone is not clearly connected. So we'll have that in a moment. But I'll just do it again. I mean, Alex can't even answer, and I'm pretty sure that he missed this. But do you know, Alex, what this is? This is called the 5G router, and this is, I know that you have said that you don't get lots of a 4G coverage. That can do about 700 megs, with 20 millisecond ping. So just an idea. Or maybe the Starlink is going to be the one for you. Oh, there he is.
No, I needed to refresh the screen. Now,
oh, finally.
A bit more stable, and hopefully that should be the end of it.
Okay, we'll see. Let's hope so.
Yeah.
And this is the time when the family members start to stream something from the streaming services at the same time.
Well, no, because now I'm connected via my phone. So the reason why I had to switch PC and rewire all of my audio and everything is because my new PC has Wi-Fi on it. My old PC, which is the streaming one, does not. So I can just connect this one up via Wi-Fi and stream over that. So hopefully all good.
Okay, let's really hope so. It would be very nice to hear you constantly from time to time. So, but now I can see actually
we don't want to wear your voice out to either, which is.
Yeah, I can see that the lighting is different now with the camera.
I've had to do a new setup on it.
I haven't seen that Ghostbuster stuff on the past. The Marshmallow Man, and you have the Ghostbuster car there as well. Oh, that's nice. Next to Farming Simulator. So
Yeah.
maybe Josh Modding can make like a Ghostbusters mod
Next
for the
farming,
Farming
so
Simulator.
lots of farms.
Yeah, Marshmallow Man will just smash the
Oh,
crops.
yeah. Need to go
bales.
busting ghosts on farms.
Mm. Okay. Well, anyway, we are still waiting for the game to start, so the second match should be starting, and it should be the Helm versus Trelleborg Tires. That is at least what I'm still expecting. So I don't know. Maybe the player has been connecting for an hour. I would say when we started the broadcast about an hour ago, there was a connection issue. So hopefully that is resolved now, and we should be having our second game starting as soon as possible.
Yeah, and yeah, this is the anticipated game. This is the one where we were expecting the interesting things earlier. So I'm quite pleased that I managed to get my connection problems sorted in time to see this. Hopefully they can resolve their own connection problems, because of course that is what's been delaying this head-to-head between Helm and Trelleborg. So we'll see how we go.
Yeah, will be interesting. I don't really have much to say from that game, which I haven't said already. We spoke about that for 10 minutes, and then I think I spoke about it for 5 minutes already after it as well. So if you have, Alex, anything to say at this point, feel free.
I think based on what we saw at Gamescom and at FarmCon, I think Helm are going to be tough for Trelleborg to beat. As I was saying earlier, I think the key to beating Helm is disruption. If Trelleborg can come in and they can disrupt what Helm are doing, if they can cause Helm to have errors, then Helm can be beaten. And we've seen it many times before. So yeah, we'll have to see how it goes and see whether this new Trelleborg team can live up to the name and defeat the old Trelleborg team, as Helm of course is.
Yeah, it's not going to be an easy task, definitely. I mean, for any team, just not for I'm not speaking only about the Trelleborg Tires, but take any team from FSL, and we know that Helm is the most difficult enemy or the opponent to beat. So it's not an easy task, and I guess we have to be realistic. It's a very tempting situation, to be honest. I mean, I would love to see Trelleborg Tires to win this one, but if I'm gonna be optimistic about this one, realistic about this one, then we don't see what's gonna be happening. And I just got a message from the production that they are already playing currently. So honestly, I don't know what's gonna be the game we're gonna show. I just got the. We're gonna go with
we're
game
moving on to
so
game
Helm has
3.
won the game.
Helm has won the game.
Yeah, versus Trelleborg Tires. So that's it. That's where the excitement went already. And we're gonna go to match
that was fast.
Number...
Wow.
Yeah, we're gonna go to
which
match
is
15, and that's from the losers bracket. And honestly, I don't know which the teams are who are gonna play there. So we're gonna go to the round number 2 losers bracket game. But because I don't have the results from the other games, so I don't really know who are going to be playing. But it should be
loser 5 and so it's the loser from My Insanity and Dirk Airfield versus the loser from Just Attracty and New Holland. I can't predict the first one, actually. My Insanity versus Dirk Enfield. That's a tough game, that one. So I don't know who's won that one. If I was to make a prediction, though, for the other game, I would guess that we're going to be seeing Just Attracty going against in this losers game, because I can't. It would be a big upset for them to have beaten New Holland, in all fairness.
Yeah, well, let's wait and see. I mean, we saw Just Attracty actually doing better than New Holland on the last tournament. I think they actually eliminated New Holland on the, I think at the, kind of like at the end of the upper bracket and start of the lower bracket. So we had 3 French teams, and Just Attracty eliminated New Holland. And then it was the 3rd French team who eliminated Just Attracty. And Power Team Esports actually then dropped just a detractor from the tournament. So the French battle was like that. We do have New Holland versus My Insanity. So that's what I just got from the production. So it means that New Holland and My Insanity, the teams that I mentioned at the start of the broadcast, who have been kind of like not getting those stable results, they have lost the first round matches. And what this actually means should be this should be that the losing team is actually going to be dropped out of the tournament. So this is the second chance, and so we're going to have either My Insanity or New Holland's going to be either one of those is going to be taken away, and that's all about the next game.
That's an upset. That is, those two teams. Those are two strong teams in the FSL, both ending up in the losers bracket, and both now in a position where, well, one of them is going, one of them is not making it through to tomorrow's finals. That is a pretty big upset, and it's not great for them because, as we know, My Insanity I think are sitting at 4th overall, and they want to be getting those points now early in the season to keep that good position, and this would not be good for them.
I mean, My Insanity did very well on the first tournament, and they got the points. I don't think that they got any points from the second tournament, and New Holland just haven't been delivering so far. And that's what I'm really thinking about. That is this. I mean, we're talking about upsets, and yes, if we think about the last season, I mean, New Holland was definitely the kind of like the second place favorite all the time, and My Insanity was able to be there from time to time on the second place, on the third place, and so on. And what I'm really thinking here is that is this an upset or is this the new standard? Because, I mean, this season has been different and we haven't seen the stable results. So I'm just wondering, I think based on this tournament, I will start putting the new standards for me. And I don't want to be toxic or anything like that.
It very much could be that New Holland are struggling with the new shorter rounds and are not able to put in the same performances as they put in last season. You are right.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to be I don't want to be toxic or underestimating anybody or anything like that. But based on what I have seen, I mean, Power Team Esports, if I'm honest, I mean, they played okay last season, but they were not really showing off that well. I think on the last tournament they really showed what they're capable of. And then also we had Farming Friends who made I think they surprised us all with their performance. So I mean, some teams on my list are going up and some are going down, and I think that is the what we just have to accept.
Yeah, it's the same sort of thing as we see happen with F1 each year. The rules change a little bit, and those rules have benefit some teams, and they're at the detriment of other teams. And so there will be some movement around in those teams as to how well they do this season. The interesting thing about that is Helm seem to be one of the teams who are doing better for it. They are. It is seemed to only make them more powerful in their games. So it's very interesting to see how things progress this season and how some of the rules get shaken up a bit further. As you mentioned at the start, there's lots of almost no team takes an early power up. They just aren't touched. So how do those become more attractive to teams to pick up? Is there a strategy there, or is there a rule change there that makes those something that makes teams go for them?
Yeah. And okay, just to clarify, this New Holland versus My Insanity was from the production, I think, but not sure. So I think it's gonna be the one, but if that is the message that I'm getting, I can't really promise to you guys that it's gonna be the pairing. But yeah, the early drops, I think that when we have seen those to be used, it's something to do with the speed of the game. So maybe a slowdown, then the both teams will go for it because, getting the grain and everything is affecting it. But if it's, if it's something related to actually scoring a point, putting a bail because we don't have the bails at that point at all, then they are going to be more or less not used. Same, of course, applies to herbicide. And for example, the bale multiplier at that point as well, most of the time. Even grain multipliers haven't really not been picked up at that point. So I think it's all about the speed of the game with the first drops, And then also, of course, we know the fact that if something that spawns on the first round is not going to be spawning on the second round, but that's why we still have to have a close look on the drop, that we understand that, okay, is the silo close or grain multiplier or bale multiplier, which are the most effective drops, I would say, this season. So if they're going to be spawning on the first round, then we know that it's not going to be coming, and that will then adjust the strategy of the teams as they know that, okay, we can go for the grain because there's not going to be silo close or anything like that spawning on the second round, for example. So I think that's the thing. So we need to know what they are, and we know that they are used more or less when it's speed related.
Yeah. And that's the thing. It's going to be speed related. It's going to be disruption. If something got brought in that allows more disruption at that point in the game, and allows teams to slow down their opponents, especially that would make them much more attractive. But we do, we see a lot of second drop pickups done. Again, because of the speed, we don't tend to see a huge number of the super power ups, the later ones picked up, and that tends to be because they are a long way out, and at that stage in the game, it's often not worth going that far out there. The same as in the early game when you're trying to cut as much as possible, trying to get as many early bales created as possible. You don't want to be running halfway across the field to go and pick power-ups. You similarly don't want to be heading back up to the start for the to go and get those super power-ups later on, unless there is a big advantage to getting them. And unfortunately, a lot of the time there isn't.
And I just got the message that we're waiting for the server. And we should be getting to the game pretty soon. So hopefully we'll be getting to the match. And I think it's going to be New Holland versus Mind Sanity. And we should be getting back to the action pretty soon as well. So I know that people are wondering. There was some comments on the chat as well, that because I asked for opinions or comments, and there was said that the better coordination would be better. So I can definitely understand your frustration, because of course you wanna get some farming simulator content, and I will definitely get you. And I'm pretty sure that the message has been passed to the production as well. So don't worry, we'll try to do our best as well here. And but we should be getting to the second broadcasted match of the day pretty soon.
And pancakes. Everybody wants pancakes.
Yeah, I want some pancakes as well. I mean, I had some croissants as a breakfast here. Just bought them on the way to the studio. And that's about it. So, yeah, I'm definitely missing the pancakes. I know that everybody's missing the pancakes. And that's... Yeah, and I remember there was the last tournament, which with the second tournament, the Gamescom Terminator. Like after the broadcast, he went, because it was like a morning or something when we ended, the American time, and then he just went for was it like a breakfast or like an early lunch or something like that, and then he just like posted a picture of the pancakes, and then he did something which I didn't like. He tagged me on that picture on Twitter or X. And then I was like, got a notification, like a pancake, like, oh, come on, I'm so hungry.
I saw that. I retweeted that because it was just, those looked absolutely delicious. It's been a while since I made pancakes, and I need to get back.
So it was not just Terminator. You gave me a second notification by retweeting that, and this has been retweeted, the picture of pancakes where you have been tagged. Like, but it is what it is.
They are delicious. What have we got? I'm just having a look at seeing who we've got in the chat. But I think we're about to go into the game. Better coordination. Yeah. I think better internet connections. Here we go.
Yeah, it's Mind Sanity versus New Holland, so the promises were not empty. A couple of mysterious figures on the Mind Sanity roster there, just the black faces, so we can see Hannes and this gamer Xio and Yoshi. So definitely something is different here. We can see Rhodes, Tita, and Signis on the New Holland side, and let's see the banner face. I mean, we have seen Class being banned.
Banning the
all
Terra
the
track.
matches so far. Yeah.
I think there's a lot of power in that tractor.
Yeah, it looks powerful. Okay.
Ultra has gone as well.
Yeah, telehandlers will be in play definitely, but I mean, I think we saw New Holland use the telehandlers like a one game last season. They haven't been like a huge fans of it, but they have kind of like been, you know, sometimes using them. Not sure about my insanity. I don't have the stats for every vehicle or utility being picked, but let's see the perks. These are the ones that I'm really excited about. Big Haul being chosen by New Holland, and then Unstoppable on, at least for the moment, if nobody's baiting, on the My Insanity side. And this makes me wonder. This really makes me wonder, because we have seen that New Holland, they haven't been, okay, the previous two tournaments, they haven't done that well. And when you start with Big Haul, I don't think it's a perk or a strategy that you build around with that you usually start with, to be honest. So I'm just wondering if they have something new.
The trouble with Big Haul is it's fairly easily countered by Unstoppable. Yeah, it's because you cannot, the opposing team cannot deliver too much grain as a result. And we've got the JCB, and they're very different tactics going for both teams here. 2 stackers and a large tractor for New Holland, whereas 2 large tractors and a stacker for My Insanity. But they had New Holland also have that really quick, really maneuverable JCB. So quite a lot of difference between how these two teams are going for this tactic. And as we count down to start, we see New Holland heading off, and El Rhodes has a slight lead over his opponent going for this combine, or for this first baler. And it looks like he's going to get it, and that is going to cost My Insanity, because of course they cannot grab that baler now. My Insanity have grabbed the X9 John Deere, though. That is a good grab for them, and they're going to go straight in, start creating bales. But New Holland are already harvesting.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty almost, well, not a flawless start for both of the teams. I mean, we saw the challenge, but yeah, you know, nobody did run to the gates or anything like that. So in a way, it looks good. I would say that My Insanity is a little bit late with the kind of like doing the first bale. And we can see New Holland, they already have that first bale being pressed. El Rhodes is quite far away though. And that's still 8 seconds for the 9-minute mark. We can see Yoshi just disengaging behind Hannes in a matter of seconds, but they will be a little bit later, I would say, at the barn. It's going to take a while though, and the angle is not the greatest one. We should be seeing the first points coming from New Holland, but we know it's going to be 134, so they will be under 9 minutes. So that is not going to be a great first bale, but it's definitely decent, and still they will win the first bale battle. Yoshi, he's not going to swing that in. He's going to reverse it, and that's going to be like 119, 150. Okay, so I'm a bit off with the calculations. And the bale drop and silo closed, and we spoke about the first drops, that, you know, these are not really the ones that you're gonna pick. Doesn't make much of a sense, but at least we know silo close is not going to be available on the second round of the drops.
Yeah, neither team really looking at those. There's not a massive advantage to grabbing either of those right now. They're fairly middle of the pitch, so I'm slightly surprised that neither team has just closed the silos for the next couple of minutes. Not a massive amount of need for it, but either of them could have easily jumped out as they're going past there and just done it, rather than sitting there, rather than just continuing on. But I guess even those couple of seconds of having to jump out of the combine, grab it, and jump back in, that is going to cause issues. That Lexian is full. He's had to stop to unload. That's not great for them. And they're off again. My Insanity to keep things going. Elrod is doing a good job, though, of emptying New Holland's class combine. And that is going to fill that trailer up fairly quick. In fact, yeah, New Holland, look at that. A massive amount of extra grain as well.
Yeah, let's see what's going to be the strategy. Oh, we have seen this quite oftenly happening, that the big hole is going to be parked on that area. And then, you know, they'll just do something else for a while. They're going to come and fill that up later. But yeah, we still have about 1 minute, more than 1 minute for the next drop. So let's see. The grain multiplier could be there. I mean, of course, it's not guaranteed, but I wouldn't be surprised if the team with this kind of a strategy, when you park the big hole like that, you're gonna usually wait for the next drop. You know, you're gonna do something else, and then we'll see what you're gonna do with the big hole a bit later on. But yeah, just one bale for New Holland, so nobody has been. Okay, there's a second bale, so New Holland is definitely now pressing the bales. We can see that L Rhodes is actually working here with the bales, so they have something. We can see Yoshi going to pick up the fend. And we'll see, gonna take a while to, I don't know, maybe plot the course to the navigator or something like that. And then this is gonna continue. But yeah, I think like during the next minute, we'll see how the strategy is gonna fold. Who's gonna be, you know, getting the multiplier advantage in a way. But yeah, this is pretty basic. I mean, having Mind Sanity with the Unstoppable, New Holland with Big Haul. And we have seen these perks against each other, that they can go either way. It's not that simple, to be honest. I mean, you cannot stop the belt, but you know, you can get like a huge multiplier advantage with the Big Haul. So it all depends how Mind Sanity wants to counter Big Haul in the end.
And it is really a case at the moment, can Mind Sanity close this gap that New Holland have on the amount of grain they have? And Mind Sanity have released a little bit. They've gone to a 2.1 to 1.9 multiplier. I don't know if they're looking to score some bales at this point. Would be very useful for them too. Oh, and T2 not quite getting that jump right, so had to go through the waterway and out the other side.
Yeah, I think that I mean, if you notice that the bale multiplier was there, and New Holland has 9 bales, so this could be, yeah, exactly. They're gonna wait for the right timing, and they're gonna go for it, and they want to deliver some early bales. And if they do have the big haul in position, as they do have right now, so they will just start pouring it down. And
there we go, and they've grabbed it, and Mind Sanity haven't.
So
that's a massive multiplier, and Mind Sanity will not have that multiplier.
Yeah, but they need to do something about the belt. That's the problem, because the belt has been stopped, and we'll see how they want to play this down.
Mind Sanity will not. Here we go. New Holland wants
they want to drive all the way up, and if this is going to work, it's going to be big, but it's not going to work.
He dropped the weight too early. He dropped the weight miles back.
There is still 50 seconds, so they can try to do something, but this cannot cost too much time, to be honest. So we'll see if they can actually take the advantage of that multiplier at all. Yeah, it's not moving.
And this is
smoking.
The trouble with Unstoppable.
Yeah, and Tita doesn't seem to get it right.
Cannot get up there.
It's difficult. I don't know if it's worth it, to be honest. I mean, yeah, it's good that you have some points, or 2.5. That's gonna be like a 40 something points from that bale.
It's worth getting one bale in at least on that, but
yeah,
Mind Sanity
they still have time
scoring points. And the trouble is, Mind Sanity can now just hold the multiplier at this point, and New Holland can never take advantage of that 2.5 multiplier.
Yeah, I think they have been wasting way too much time now playing around the belt, to be honest. Both teams will get some bales in during the time. I didn't see Mind Sanity actually picking up the multiplier at all, so they just like scored normal bales. There's a multiplier switch. And I mean, that could be something for Mind Sanity, and they still have a bit of a grain to deliver. 2.5 minutes to go, and the difference
Mind
is
Sanity
11 points.
I have a prediction. Mind Sanity will not deliver any more grain this match. There is no point in Mind Sanity delivering any more grain this match, because they have crippled New Holland. New Holland put too much grain into the silo. Mind Sanity have brought the multiplier back to the point where they have a fast belt, And now New Holland cannot, at any reasonable pace, score at 2.5 times multiplier. So it just means that Mind Sanity have a better multiplier than New Holland that they can easily access.
Yeah, Tita is going to be benchmarked. That's 75 points, by the way. So now he's definitely improving on the climbing the belt game. And yeah, there we have the 15 point per belt just going up very fast. As Alex mentioned, that the belt is super fast, to be honest. So this will be interesting. I mean, if Cheetah can keep up the good work now, I mean, he missed those bale multipliers earlier, but if he can keep up the same work now, and if he seems to be able to, it's going to be very close. That's going to be 50 more points. Sing's going to put something on the first floor. So they realized that, yeah, we cannot definitely put all of these on the second floor. But also, I mean, my insanity is also running a bit out of time. It's 1 minute and 15 seconds. They do have 10 bales, so they can. Yeah, I think New Holland actually have a slight advantage here.
Oh!
When you look at the gap, it's like 150 points. So my insanity doesn't have the bales. They need 10 bales to close that gap. They don't have those bales. Yeah. So this is actually.
New Holland are taking this disadvantage and making it an advantage. They are scoring points with it.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way for Mind Sanity to come back from this anymore. I don't think it's going to be doable. Even if they get all the bales, all those 10 bales on the second floor, it's not going to be enough points. So I think that Mind Sanity, they told. I mean, in a way, New Holland was failing, if I'm honest. I mean, they were failing a little bit, yeah, especially when they had the bale multiplier. But then Tita came up, you know, he improved the climbing game, and he has brought some very important points for the team. That's going to be another 50 points. So yeah, that's actually pretty impressive. They are about 500 points with the belt being closed or stopped. And, you know, we can see that usually these are about 600 point games. So that is actually pretty decent.
This is the kind of game I love. That the amount of disruption and lateral thinking both teams had to make was really cool. And look at that. Not a massive number of bales, not a massively high scoring game, but what an interesting game. Mind Sanity coming and making it as hard as they could for New Holland, but New Holland, Tita coming into there and turning things around and scoring points in the top and meaning that they took it.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. Well, okay, we saw what happened there, but with New Holland, I mean, they were definitely struggling on the middle game, and I didn't see like Mind Sanity really to struggle at any point. They didn't have much of a trouble, and they still only delivered 13 bales. So what really happened there? Why?
It was purely that disruption, purely New Holland being stuck with the non-working belt. It was New Holland's initial error that caused all their problems. They delivered too much. They delivered too much grain. It stopped their belt. If they'd kept it at 2.4 rather than going up to the 3 times multiplier, then they would have had a working belt, and there is nothing that Mind Sanity would be able to do about it. The fact that they delivered too much and then Mind Sanity only had to deliver enough to keep New Holland's belt stocked made a massive difference, and that would have been much higher scoring if New Holland hadn't delivered too much grain.
Yeah, it was a bit confusing game, but this means that New Holland, they still have Unstoppable, and you know, all the other perks as well. Of course, they still have Herbicide and also the Bottleneck. So you know, they can choose, but I'm pretty sure that they will go with Unstoppable. I might be just guessing. We'll see. And I think it is an advantage for them that they were actually able to win with a broken belt. So I think that's going to give some kind of a confidence boost for the players. They haven't done that well this season. They lost the first game, and well, we know that the loser is going to be out of the tournament, so it will be interesting to see. My Insanity, who placed the second on the FarmCon tournament, as mentioned, were eliminated from the previous tournament as well in the early stages. So yeah, I think both teams need a victory, but they just can't have it.
And that's the thing. I think my Insanity now, their backs are against the wall. They have got to win this match or they are out this weekend. And my Insanity banning first this time. And they're banning the Vultra.
Yeah, I'm not really expecting any surprises here. The Terra track, which I kind of like love the look of it, to be honest.
Oh yeah,
it's a very nice looking. I wouldn't mind like owning one in real life as well.
I got to see one in. I got to see one in real life at Agritechnica at 2019 when they launched it. And yeah,
did you drive
it? I didn't get to drive it, unfortunately. I got pretty up close to it though.
Well, if we some of you get a farm con at the class premises, I'm pretty sure that I know what you're gonna be trying to do first thing when you get there. You wanna drive it.
I might.
Okay, let's see the perks. So yeah, New Holland with the Unstoppable versus the bottleneck on the My Insanity side, which was picked already on the last phase. Something which I was at least myself expecting as well. And yeah, just like you said, Alex, My City, they cannot afford to lose this, otherwise they're gonna be out of this tournament.
What is gonna be the last choice for? Interesting. New Holland have not picked the same set of tractors on any round, I don't believe.
Well, they want to play with New Holland. Makes sense.
Very true. Yeah, but they had the JCB as their third tractor last time, and this time they've got for the Fent. Cygnus has gone for the Fent. So interesting change of choice.
And they still had like one extra point, which they didn't use. So it wasn't about the points. But okay, so we do have the second game of the series, and if New Holland's going to win this one, then it's going to be sending My Insanity out of the third tournament of the season. And of course, if My Insanity will win this one, it's going to force both teams to play the third match of the round as well. We have the run for the pass, because Tita slightly leading it, going to be running all the way, bull grab it, and they will claim that. And we can see Hannes, just he needs to have an alternative strategy that's going to be taken as well. It seems that actually he is, that will definitely you know, kind of like turn the tide towards New Holland. So we can expect that New Holland will have a better first bale. Hannes opening the satellite dish door from the roof. Okay, it's not a satellite dish, but I think I mentioned that every time when they open that up, it kind of like reminds me from the James Bond movies when you have this like a satellite dish out of the water and just like sending a moon rocket or something on the sky. Anyways, El Rose is already here, and where's the baler? It's here. Hannes is here. Oh, that's a different team actually. But yeah, I want to see how things are progressing on the New Holland side, as there's only a couple of seconds to go, and there we go. El Rose gonna be coming over the bridge, having a slight correction there. It's gonna be 130 something. He's gonna swing that in 130, maybe a 334.
Oh, it's a good flick, first bale.
Yeah, 134.
And already,
and,
New Holland's belt is smoking.
Oh, that's gotta be a bug. I don't. There's something. Yeah, look at the belt speed indicator.
Oh, it's because New Holland have Unstoppable.
Yeah.
107. Oh, that's worse than last time. That's way more than a single bale.
Yeah. Almost 1.5 bales. And bale drop and herbicide. I don't think these are that important at this point, because Hannes maybe should be going for the bale drop. So they will get that one bale at least. That's gonna be something. I mean, yeah, maybe if there's something coming on the second batch of the drops, they have that one bale ready to take the advantage from example from the bale multiplier. Who knows? So why not? They will go for it. We can see actually herbicide being picked by New Holland. That is interesting. So they wanted to go for something at least.
Extra grain and extra straw, because they will get a faster and higher amount from the areas where there are weeds at the moment.
But okay, both teams going their merry ways. New Holland definitely having more grain. About 50k more for the moment. Of course, there's no big haul in place. New Holland has the unstoppable. So they do have a chance of stopping the belt of my insanity. And, well, I don't know. We'll just maybe have to wait and see if that's going to happen. I mean, stopping the belt hasn't really been that big of a thing always. So it all depends from the grain game. But I'm not sure. I mean, I think that the New Holland kind of did very well when their belt was stopped. And I'm not really sure can my insanity do the same. So if their belt is going to be stopped, I really don't know how they will perform at that point. So we'll just have to wait and see if that's even going to happen. So let's not worry about it too early. I always go way ahead of things because I like to forecast a little bit what might be happening and what not. But the yeah, we can see this L roads jumping on that tractor and heading. We'll take that bale, or we'll start pressing some bales, it seems.
Yoshi going for this baler. No, he's not. He's heading back round other way. Oh, and Tita getting stuck on the walls a little bit as he brings that huge glass combine in. And New Holland, yeah, gonna maximize the amount of grain they can have in. How are New Holland over 13,000 litres? Well, how do they have 13,000 litres more grain than my insanity has? How is that possible? Is that because they managed to grab both of the class Lexi?
I mean, that's part of it. We have Bale Multiplier and Speed Limit, by the way, so Bale Multiplier should be the one. We can see New Holland actually with 7 bales. But yeah, I mean, kind of like when the time is so short on these rounds these days. Well, I mean, I think it's fine, the 10 minutes. Okay, maybe short is not the right word. But what we have seen that when they deliver the first bale, they will go immediately back on the fields. And if you're going to miss that first bale, I mean, we had about 30-something point of a difference. That also means that it's about a 30-second difference when they go back on the fields. And that will set them back about 30 seconds on whatever they are doing on the fields as well. Of course, it's not so black and white because there's like multiple vehicles and everything, but in a way, it is like after the first bale, there is usually a bit of a difference, which is almost directly indicator from the first bale, and then we'll see somewhere on the mid game how that's gonna balance out.
And 3 times multiplier now for New Holland, but being countered by my insanity, who have got it down to 2.4. No, New Holland are countering with more as Tita starts getting bales loaded up. They may end up with a 2.3, 2.4 multiplier here. First bale went in on a 2.3, I think. They have, of course, got the 1.5 multiplier on top as well. My insanity have not scored a single bale while they have this multiplier. Do they not have any back there? Why is Hannes out here grabbing bales when they have that multiplier for the next 8 seconds? And no, they are short of bales. They have not got any bales back at their barn to score with. And New Holland have been taking full advantage of this. And in fact, that extra grain is coming into play. And New Holland now have a 2.6 multiplier that they are going to be scoring with.
Yeah, that's going to be taken back though a little bit, but it's not going to be even after this one. It's going to be still like a 2.1, 2.2 for New Holland. Seems to be 2.2. And yeah, New Holland definitely will take the advantage from the bale multiplier. And I mean, you were completely right that the belt is smoking on New Holland's side. I don't think that it is supposed to be like that. So yes, you have the unstoppable. So maybe it was because of the last game and they have the same server. So maybe we'll find a glitch on the FS22 client. But I kind of like it. I kind of like it. It looks like the belt is like overclocked or something like that. It's still moving and it cannot be stopped. Finally, my insanity getting some bales on the belt as well. They do have a couple more, but this is it's not really like an early advantage, just an advantage for New Holland. It's actually more than 200 points. And when you have a look on the amount of bales, I think that I don't know how Mainz going to come back from this one. They have 1.8, and even if they put all their bales on the belt, they're going to be about tied. So
yeah, that's
yeah.
the thing. New Holland have as many or did have as many bales as My Insanity had, and yeah, I just don't see how they come back from this. 443 to 194. It is more than 5 bales difference, and that is the only difference between the two. Especially when New Holland are scoring 4 extra points for every bale that My Insanity delivers. That just it can't work for them.
Yeah, it's pretty massive. Just 1.5 minutes, like you said it, and I mean, the time is always a problem. So I mean, even if you, okay, so if they would put all those 15 bales, they would have about 500 points, and for sure they cannot get them all on the second floor. And I'm pretty sure that Mainz will have some undelivered bales in the end as well. So I just don't see it. I just don't see the math happening at all.
Well, my Insanity also have only delivered 1 bale in this time, and New Holland have pressed enough bales to get equal with them again. This is what the problem is. New Holland are pressing more bales than My Insanity are, and then delivering them and scoring points. It is just opening up this gap more and more the further along they go. This is impressive play from New Holland. I don't understand why they have been languishing in the lower levels in the initial tournaments of this season, because they play like this, they can win tournaments. This is really good play from them.
Yeah, I don't see any deliveries coming on the Mainz side of the side. There's going to be 1 bell dropping, so they're just not doing well. I mean, clearly, well, I don't know if it's a problem with the stacking or what's the case there, but they're going to lose like about half amount of points than what New Holland had, about 6,500. So that's pretty well done from them. So New Holland will take the series and they will be advancing, and Mainz is out of the tournament. But yeah, I mean, 10 undelivered bales. So that's just, and they delivered, I think they delivered 13 bales on the last game, and now they delivered 15. So that's like 2 bales more. But like, having 10 bales, that's just like, I don't know, having too much of them, focusing on other things. So, I mean, they could have left a couple bales undone and then just focus on the delivery actually at the barn. But that just didn't happen. So I think this needs to be analyzed a little bit closer, because I don't know. I mean, I was already wondering after the first game that what's going on with My Insanity, and this is exactly the same. They do have some changes on the lineup though, so that could be affecting things as well. But still, it's very uncommon for My Insanity, I would say.
Yeah, it's unexpected. We've seen much better plays from My Insanity during these tournaments. I don't quite know what went wrong for them. Both games they didn't deliver a huge number of bales. That's what cost them, especially in that first game. New Holland still delivered more bales than My Insanity, despite the fact that New Holland's belt had stopped working and Tito was having to drive up the belt every time to deliver bales. I don't understand. I don't understand how they deliver fewer bales in that kind of situation. That should have been really cut and dried for My Insanity, and they should have had that first game in the bag once they'd blocked New Holland that well. That's not to say New Holland didn't play an absolutely amazing game in the first match. They really did. And that's the thing. They still scored over 500 points despite not having a functioning belt. So there's been some impressive game play there, absolutely, from New Holland. And there has... and I just don't quite know what's gone wrong for My Insanity.
Yeah, we will have to wait and see. I would have loved to see the game just attractive versus New Holland, because I think New Holland was actually looking pretty good here. And I don't know how they lost the first game. So that is something that I would like to understand as well. But we're going to see more of them still. We're going to be heading for a short break. We have done 2 matches. We'll be right back after the break.
And we're back. Hello, everybody. You are watching the third tournament of the 5th season of the Farming Simulator League. You're here with me, Virtual Farmer, and over to my right, yes, is Cast by Copter. Hey, Copter. No,
Nice
it
to
was
meet
less.
you.
It was less trying to remember your name because it was actually up on screen in front of me. It was more trying to work out my left from my right.
Okay. Yeah, I know how it goes sometimes, but I can just stare you from here as well. We should be having the match number 18 next, but as kind of like the schedule has been living a little bit, so we'll see how that's gonna go. But it should be from the losers bracket, and it should be. I'm not gonna go. It's the third round match already, so I'm not gonna start guessing who it should be. I'm waiting for the information. As we saw the break screen, there EBA. So we're just waiting for that information as well. What's going to be the next game, and when we know it, we'll let you know definitely what's going to be the next match as well. We should be having the replays from the previous one though before that, so we'll be just waiting for those, and maybe we'll get some glimpse of information from those how My Insanity actually lost those matches, because I'm still wondering what actually went down there.
Yeah,
as the kind of
one thing we do know is our game after this is game 19, which we know the winner of that, because that was New Holland. So we are going to see New Holland play again today.
That will be interesting to see. Let's hope that we'll figure it out at some point. But yeah, the replays are coming up, and let's try to understand. I mean, they had definitely problems at the belt, getting the bales in. We saw 10 undelivered bales, so that is something we can expect. But I don't think it's just about the end game at the belt. There was definitely something going on in the middle game as well. Yes, they lost some battles, but that usually results to a lost first bale. It's not the complete end of a line. Oh, CO having a bit of an issue. Nothing that major. We'll be able to continue. That doesn't explain it. This was great from Tita. I mean, he was struggling doing the bale multiplier for a little bit, but then he kind of got the hang of it.
I think Tita basically was the reason why New Holland won that first game. Getting those bales up the top, scoring at the 2.5 times multiplier, that really saved New Holland.
We do have the information about.
Big difference.
We do have the information about the next game as well. So the next game will be Lindner playing versus the Lu FDHN, if I'm not completely mistaken. I haven't seen this team on the past, so that's what I'm expecting that it will be. So it will be maybe from the first round as well. I'm not sure. Maybe they changed the match number, but that's what we got as information. No ETA though when it's going to be starting up. Of course, not minding to see Lindner. I kind of love how they play the game. So we'll see if they're going to be surprising us as they have on the past.
Which is interesting because, that means Lindner did not win their first game today, their first match today, to end up in the losers bracket like that. Very, very interesting. Lots of strange upsets we're having today, with teams getting into this losers bracket and having to work their way out of it.
I'll try to understand this. So if we do have the match number, was it 17, 18 or 19? I mean, I don't know. So, I mean, both of these teams were actually playing against each other on the first round. So they both have lost the match. So either one of them has won the first one, and then the other one has lost the second game. So they will somehow. So I think they both have like one victory and one loss under their belts, if I'm not completely mistaken. Yeah.
Yes, loser from 10. Okay, so yes, for Lindner to be in here, they could have won the first match and lost the second. Whereas the winner, yes. So yeah, it looks like either Power Team Esports or Sim Game Alliance. SGA, I'm still getting used to this new bracket and trying to work things out.
I mean,
yeah.
The new bracket, I mean, I know that the players, they love this because they have more chances. The unfortunate thing is that the FSL website is not updating. It hasn't been updated with this new bracket, so we cannot see the results in real time. So, I mean, if we would have the bracket like being filled as the matches go, I don't think we would have any kind of a problem. So that is definitely something we need to have, kind of like the real time bracket, also to show on the broadcast as well, and then we would be, able to understand how the teams are progressing. But in a way, as these teams both were playing against each other in the first round, so I think they are, well, either of them has won the first one and lost the second one, and the other one has done the exactly opposite. That's how they have ended up here, and it doesn't matter. Like in the end, it doesn't matter. It's either of the teams, they could have came the same route as the other one. So we'll just figure that out. There was a Josh Modding actually announcing farming sim math, and that's a pretty good term, to be honest. So yeah, there's a lot of different kind of maths. I mean, maybe we should have like a farming simulator calculator, like an actual calculator. First bale multiplier buttons, first bale calculation points, maybe grain delivery formulas that you can put on the graphical screen as well.
Yeah, well, the thing is that sometimes we do actually have to do a fair amount of maths in our head while we're doing this to work out which team is getting the upper hand. It can be the multipliers and taking things like that into consideration can make quite a big difference overall.
What do you say? I mean, Alex, I read from your bio a long time ago that you're son of a farmer. So have you been doing this like in real life as well? I guess your dad has been doing like a lot of calculations, but then I guess the younger presentation can help with them. So have you been like calculating some real math behind farming?
It's one of those things where at the time that I was farming, computers were a very early thing in farming. So we're talking 486 PCs and that kind of thing.
I was wondering if you had like Commodore 64 in the tractor.
No, you're not far off. And the idea of plotting your fields on a map on the computer and working out all your yields on that and everything like that was kind of science fiction and something that might happen in the future. The most tractors, the most computers we had in those tended to be nice little LCD digital displays showing the speed on the front console rather than anything that told us yields and stuff as we were going through.
Liquid crystal display, as it stands for. I love how Feldun put it on the chat, like in the next match we'll see the two teams face off against each other in an epic battle for bale superiority, and no teams mentioned. You can still make the hype. We're gonna be guessing that, but yeah, we know the teams, and now we just we'll just wait for the starting time as well. But based on what we have seen in the past, it's gonna start when it's gonna start. That's pretty much what I can say about it. Or maybe we get the result. Oh, it's already done. It's 2-0. Yeah, but I guess it's a lot of adaptation happening to the new format, and not everything is ready for it. I think on the FarmCon and Gamescom, they were both events. Teams playing on the stage, so the scheduling is a bit more easier. But with online, when you run multiple matches at the same time, if you have some technical problems, it's gonna affect. So that will put the things into this position. But we are still here.
Yes, we are.
And,
just having a look at the chat and things, seeing what people are saying. Jos has a new job for me apparently.
I don't think that the Steam tractors had LCD displays.
No. I'm not even sure the 7810 Fords had LCD displays. I know the 7840s did. So sort of the 90s versions of the precursor to New Holland tractors. Those did. But yeah, the older stuff. Certainly the stuff that I learned to drive on definitely didn't have anything electronic like that. First tractors I used all dials and needles and all of that kind of good stuff. BF makes it sound like he's 140 years old. No, nearly half a century. A few more years.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Well, it is what it is. Maybe you were born on the 19th century. Who knows? That
God,
could have been a thing.
Yeah. My children keep asking me, was I around when the dinosaurs were?
Yeah, can you tell us stories about the World War One? Maybe bring a couple of stories from there.
The greatest generation.
Yeah. I bet that on your living room you have a poster of Churchill, but yeah, that's a different topic.
Yes.
Anyway, we're waiting for the game to start. We are waiting for ETA for it, and that will happen eventually. But yeah, I mean, I can imagine that the tractor. When I saw the tractors at FarmCon this year, and then all these like GPS routes, just make your route, it's gonna follow it, so yeah, I'm pretty sure. I mean, I have never done farming myself. I have driven a harvester once in my life because one of my relatives has a farm, and I was able to drive once, but that's all. But yeah, I can imagine how much the technical revolution has affected to it, because everybody's looking for efficiency. I'm not going to say do less work, but do the same amount or more work with the same efforts or less, and be able to survive with less staff and make bigger profits, of course, and everything like that. So I can imagine how much the technology is actually affecting it as well. And I mean, if somebody would have said, let's say 30 years ago, that we do have a computer simulator for farming, I don't think that anybody has believed. I mean, during those Commodore times and earlier, we just had like arcade games where we had this stick man jumping.
We had a farming simulator during those times because I played it. We had Sim Farm. The
30 years
very
ago.
first 30 years ago, yeah. 19 yeah, so 30 years ago, making me feel old, is what, 1993. So yeah, Sim Farm is probably about 30 years old. And I tried playing it on stream. When I hit 1,000 subs on YouTube, I tried playing it on stream, and it's really hard. I went bankrupt within 2 hours. So yeah.
So that kind of explains why you don't do real farming anymore. Because if that would happen in real life as well, then I guess the life wouldn't be that cozy. Just got information that the players are joining the server, so we should be heading, and then you don't have to listen to this nonsense about the good old times. But I think I'm pretty safe to assume that the average viewer age is on that time scale that we can talk about this kind of stuff, that we don't get those comments that, oh, I was born in 15 years ago. Dinosaurs.
I should mention, speaking of Farmson, the Oxbow pack, of course, is out on Tuesday, and I've had a chance to play around with it, and it's really quite good. Lots more to it than I expected. So go check that out. That is on the Farming Simulator website. DLC for the Oxbow pack, released on Tuesday. 4 new pieces of equipment, but lots of configuration options on those pieces of equipment. So go check them out. Definitely.
There was also earlier on the chat, a whole lot earlier, I think it was the time when Alex was still having the connection issues, there was somebody suggesting that we should have a bale stacking challenge with Alex, and there was people already betting on Alex winning it, so maybe I'll have to take that challenge at some point. I just need to practice a little bit because I don't like to lose. I was
gonna say not a lot of practice on that. FarmCon should drive a tractor while wearing one of those inflatable T-Rex suits. You'd never get in the cab. You'd never manage to actually get up there and get behind the wheel in one of those T-Rex seats. It would be it would fill the cab up.
Well, anyways, the next game, when we get there finally, Lindner, as we know, they are currently standing second on the results of the season 5. So that is interesting to see. It also means that they have won bronze, and then they made it to the I think the semis on the first tournament. So yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I mean, I'm kind of like expecting. I think they have done definitely better than the last season. I think we have seen some, let's say, a bit different strategies from them as well. They have been able to turn some of the pretty complicated fights or matches, I would say, as their advantage, and they have been really happy about it. They have been like having a very positive mind all the time as well, so that could be part of it. So we'll see. I'm very excited to see how they're going to play, and of course the opposing team. I don't think I have seen them play at all. It's a completely new name, at least for the team. So I don't know if it's a completely new lineup as well. I want to see how the Lu FTHN is doing.
So this is interesting because Lindner currently sit at second overall with 100 points. So they're 80 points behind Helm in the season, and we're watching the losers bracket. It's two of the top 3 teams are making their way back up through the losers, which is very, very interesting.
Yeah. But yeah, so we have Kiefer, Cactus, Balu, and Tobias playing for the Lu FTHN. Can I just say Lu? Maybe that's fine. I don't know where the
I'd go with Lu,
comes from. Yeah, Lu and Lindner. It's gotta be way more easier. Otherwise, we're gonna be just struggling with the words the whole time. But yeah, I haven't seen these, and I don't remember. Maybe Alex has a better memory. Maybe these guys played on the earlier seasons when I was like part of the FSL, but I don't really remember any of these players playing with these names. So will be interesting to see. So we do have a new challenger on the series, and by getting this far, they should have at least won one game so far. So every time when we have a new team, we cannot say that they are winning matches. So these guys have at least won one game so far, made it all the way to round 3. An interesting start. It's a big hole versus big hole. So
both these teams to be in this bracket and be at this point. I don't quite get that. That's you go for unstoppable. If your opponent went for big hole, you'd go for unstoppable.
Well, I mean, we have seen that the teams they want to play perk versus perk. So let's
and there's
see
been
how
a
it goes.
locking tractors back. They've limited the stacking tractors a lot.
Okay, so Sinfra is going to head to the pads. We can see that the Lu is having a player right behind him, but he's going to go for the different pads, so they're going to share the bailers. We can see Kiefer going for that combine. We'll drive that away. And I'm really excited actually about this series, because every time when we have some new players, we don't really know what to expect. They might have some new strategies. I always hope that somebody's going to spice up things a little bit. Apollo will be starting to make the straw, and Sinfrey should be getting the first bale pretty soon, and this is actually looking pretty good for Lindner. We could see a first bale that could be around the 140 mark, which we haven't so far. So let's wait and see. Yeah, I mean, still has about 12 seconds. So yeah, if he's gonna toss that in without reversing, it could be 140, maybe 4. I would say 145. So that's really good first bale for Lindner. And Lu is still coming up with the first bale. And Balu will actually come from a different bridge as well. So it seems that they're bailing the first bale in a different location. Seems to be also reversing that in. So that's like a 125, 126. So yeah, it's 19 points for the difference. About one bale.
The good start there for Lindner. That will give them a nice, healthy lead. And we've got our first drops. Yeah, neither team going for direct delivery or silos closed.
It's almost like they were dodging the drops. Of course, I mean, they just decided to spawn there. It wasn't part of the strategy, but it's always so fun when you have those drops like between the vehicles and people are just, driving past. And Balu, will he go for something? He's going to go for the direct delivery.
Has gone
actually.
for direct delivery.
And, but yeah, we'll see if they can actually utilize it.
Interesting
That's
choice there.
Yeah, I
We
don't
don't,
know. Maybe
we don't often see teams go for it.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it is a new team, so maybe they just felt the urge to pick something. I don't know. I mean,
the advantage that does give Lou is they can now do what they're doing. They can have two combines out there, just think about filling up, and they can bail. They can have somebody out there bailing nice and early, and then because they've managed to get 2 Lexians, they're able to bring in extra grain. Ooh. I mean, doing that direct delivery has not harmed how they have in relation to Lindner, but they have Lindner go and get direct delivery as well.
Yeah, there's something, so we saw a bit of a struggle for Sinfrey, but also Felden had a good point on the chat that he pointed out that one of the players on the loose side decided to go for easy stack, which we don't see that often. I have seen it like once or twice on the past, but yeah, we can see Tobias actually having an easy stack, so we'll see how that's going to be affecting the end game. So, interesting choice, definitely.
Yeah, we haven't seen that since the days when people were loading up the transport company and putting that completely on it in one go.
But it means that they don't have a run
but
at all.
That will make it easier for them to score points. No?
Yeah, they don't have Archimedes or they don't have runner for the time being. And we can see actually Silas without a perk as well, so that's interesting. They don't have Archimedes on the side of a Lindner either. So we'll see. This is the interesting series. At least we see something different a little bit.
Well, they don't need Archimedes, either team, because they have Big Hall. That's why they won't have gone for that. But it's also that they've likely run out of points at this point when they went for a personal one as well. So that is going to be the cause of that. Bridges raised the speed limit. Bias going for speed limit, as has Lindner. So both teams now slowed down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, there was nothing that disruptive. No multipliers, no silo closed, and then we have seen teams go up because the time is, you only have that 10-minute time now. So then everything that is like related to speed, I think they have like more effect than they had last season. So they got to be more favored when they are spawning. If there's nothing like that, like very disruptive, we can see actually Tobias going to deliver a bale. We can see Lindner at the same time also unloading it. So that's going to be the worst time to put the bales on the belt, to be honest. The belt is going to be stopped, and that bale didn't even get in. The belt is going to be stopped, and now we'll see when Lou is going to be starting to unload. They are still collecting. It seems that they are a little bit late with the strategy for the time being. A lot of bales, though. They do have 14 bales. Look at the bale counts, Alex. 14 and 11 when we have 4 minutes to go. And there's only, nobody has yet delivered any bales. So the question for me is what Lou is going to do with all that grain. They haven't delivered any. And at the same time, we can see that Lindner, they still have like 20k as well, still in store. So after Lou is going to deliver the grain, because they should do it, definitely. I'm just wondering, will Lindner be still like able to retake the advantage with that 20k which they have in store?
Lindner need to score bales. This is the problem at the moment, is that Lintner are not scoring bales. Tobias is just sticking bales on them, which again probably isn't a great idea, because they're going to end up with scoring less points for those bales. And here comes Lou now.
Yeah, I want to see. I mean, as soon as he's going to start unloading that, the belt is going to start moving.
Before these
and they do have those bales on the belt just waiting there. So we'll see how many points they can actually get from those bales. They are still unloading it. It's going to be 1.9 for them and 2.1 for Lindner. So they did use the remaining grain as well. But that's going to be some points for Lou. Meanwhile, Lindner has been putting some bales on the belt, 266. And yeah, about 2.5. And there's a 40-point difference. Lindner's going to make another 42 points from those bales. So they are on it. And now I think Lou, now when they have the belt moving in, I think Tobias needs to start, working around the belt. I really would like to see what's going on there. They will pick up some bale points instantly as well. But that's just actually pretty good for Lou. And I really want to see their belt, how they're operating it. Because, I mean, Tobias, he seemed to be pretty effective there earlier. The belt was just not moving. So every time when we have these new teams, I want to see, all the sides of it, how they are working on it. And, belts are moving on both sides. So this is actually, I don't know, 50-point lead about the, so the amount of points from the bales from Lou is not gonna cover the gap. But yeah, we still have 2 minutes, so this can still go either way.
Lou need to score every single bale and more in order to win this. And Lindner are being very good at getting bales in, keeping up with Lou. And in fact, they now have more bales than Lou does. Oh, and Silas has hit them. Not enough to activate it, thankfully for him. But he's across. And we now have a second bale going for Lou. So it's a case of they got to get these bales in. So if they go out bailing with this, those bales have to be got in and scored very quickly, with only 1 minute and 10 seconds left on the clock.
I really like still, I mean, we'll see what's going to be. It's only the first game of the series. But I really like how Lou is working, and watching Tobias here, he's actually doing a pretty good job. I mean, I haven't seen him, I mean, yeah, it doesn't look so neat, he's not stacking like two on top of each others, but I haven't seen much any mistakes. Usually you'll see that, some bale, okay, he has the easy stack, so that's going to allow him to put the bales like sideways all the time, and then the placement of the bales around the belt is not so crucial. Only 4 points of a difference, actually, and this will be getting very close. There's going to be 3 bales on the belt for Lindner. And those are going to go inside. 63 points coming from those. We can see Lou
back in the lead,
trailing all the time. All the activities right here. We can see 2 bales on the belt. Some's going to be put on the first floor as well. It's going to be about 620 points. Balu is also doing their respects, and they have accepted that they're going to lose.
They haven't got enough.
But they are almost like in a funeral stage, just watching it from the side when the coffee is going to go down, and it's going to be Lindner who's going to take the victory with 50 points, but still a great effort from Lou so far. And it's all about small things. Something didn't really work on the mid game with the grain, and they didn't get some bales inside when they should, but I still liked what I saw.
And Lou actually delivered more bales.
Yeah,
they were a deficit in their multiplier, but they delivered more bales. They also delivered more bales down the bottom. So part of their problem was they didn't score as many points as they could have with their bales. Yeah. They delivered more at the top. They'd have had that. I mean, that was closer than it looked.
There was a moment. I mean, with the multipliers, when the belt was stopped briefly, and then Tobias putting those bales on the belt, and I think they had maybe 3, maybe even 4. We didn't see it completely, but at least 3 bales on the belt, waiting for the belt to be restarted. And then the strategy was that, they're gonna unload the whole big hall, and then they will start moving, and because big hall is so fast, they will get the multiplier in time to 2 point something maybe to score the points. But then we saw Lindner having that 20k still remaining, and they decided to, of course, load that to the silo at the same time. So the bales started to move, causing that they didn't get as many points from those bales as they were hoping for. But it still doesn't make the 50-point gap. But still, I think there was definitely a moment, and they ended up with being 2 points per bale less. So maybe these things combined with the first bale that didn't work so well. So I think that's about 50 points.
Yeah, if they can tighten up their game a little bit, I think they could beat Lindner fairly easily. The bale point difference was not that big. It only ended up being about 30 points difference, I think it was. That's 3 bales in the top rather than 3 bales in the bottom.
I think what we saw there around their belt was that Tobias was working very efficiently. Yeah, he had the easy stack, like as mentioned, but still, I think I really like what I saw. That there wasn't we didn't see any bales dropping, we didn't see any problems like getting the bales on the belt. So and what I always look at the other vectors, how they are moving, reversing. They were very small on Tobias, meaning that he was very efficiently doing the job.
Yeah. It was just. I think they might have felt a little bit rushed at the end. They got out there very late with that second baler. I think they got the bales back from it and didn't leave themselves enough time to get the bales from that second baler onto the belt and scoring the points there. That brought in the 3 bales I'm talking about. That would have made the difference for it. Very much.
Well, so. I mean, second round should be starting in 15 seconds about. So we'll see. We'll see if they can reclaim themselves. I wouldn't mind seeing that the series gonna go all the way to the third game, and then we'll see. But okay, there we go. Blue versus Lindner. And I mean, Lou, they have the shirts and everything, logos on them, so they're definitely here to play. And I'm not really expecting much here, difference on the bans, but I want to see the perk. So let's look at go perk to perk. They went big hole versus big hole, so they're gonna go unstoppable versus unstoppable. If I would be Lou after having the bell stop, maybe I would felt more comfortable going with the unstoppable. But yeah, that is just me. So let's wait and see.
We are seeing some different bans here, interestingly. And yeah, the Class Lexion, that has cost them a point to ban that. The only thing that they otherwise is the Linter making a statement there about that. Both teams going for unstoppable. The New Holland being reserved by Lou, whereas the Fent Ideal being reserved by Lindner, both going for the Massey. Is that the Massey Baylor, I think?
Yeah, we haven't seen the Fent being used that much as last season. I mean, it was almost in every game we had them, but it's more rare this season. Archimedes easy stack still. For Tobias, we'll go with the easy stack. And I mean, why not? I mean, he was doing a great job with it on the previous game. So we'll see if he can, replicate the same performance. That's what I would love to see. And if they can, figure out the issues on the middle game, I think they do have a fighting chance here. Both teams will go with unstoppable, as we were expecting. So there will be no stopped belts, and that is, of course, affecting the gameplay quite a bit. Maybe we'll see similar strategies, and then it comes down to the efficiency of the team. Well, there we go. So yeah, we can see Sinfrey getting out of it. Apple's gonna be getting out of it. We can see that the Lou players are trailing a little bit all the Lindner players. So it seems that the Lindner, at least based on the position, they should be claiming. But we do have, they are claiming definitely what they want to. We can see that Lou is gonna go for the combine there on the. They're gonna get one of those. So Kiefer Cactus will go for the John Deere X9. And that is exactly what they hope for. So they didn't challenge the operation on the second pad. And we can see Sinfrey going to make that first bale as well. This is actually a very good location, and well, it's a little bit far away, so let's wait and see. I want to see how that goes. But based on what I see from these angles, I would say that we do have a quite similar first bale strategy and timing, but I might be just completely wrong as well. We can see Sinfrey already crossing that bridge. Definitely a chance to make 140, maybe 1 or 40. 39-ish. No, it's going to be less than that. He's going to reverse that in, so it's going to be like a 34, 36, 34, 35. Yeah,
oh,
about
right
that
in the middle.
ballpark. And Tobias, yeah, I'm just trying to guess it. And 129, so it's not like a huge difference. That's why I need the farming simulator first bale calculator, you know, on my hand as well, which hopefully will have some kind of like an AI detection for the time on the clock on my screen, and then it will automatically show me the estimate based on the speed of the vehicle and the angle.
Silo closed and Crazy Tool and Tobias has gone for silo closed. So basically trying to stop an early grain delivered by Lindner. Lindner are overly fussed about that, to be honest. Most teams don't really do deliveries early on these days.
Okay, back to work. Yeah, kind of like the, I don't know, the silo close at this point doesn't make much of a difference. Unless, of course, somebody wants to play with something, you know, completely different strategy. But when you have unstoppable, especially then, I don't think that the early grain deliveries are going to make much of a difference, to be honest. Unless, of course, you want to get some first bales in with a multiplier. Anyways, yeah, people working on the fields, followers, just, you know, where's the driver? I want to move in. Nope, he's just, you know, the tractor is actually parked the other way around still, so it's going to be waiting for Kiefer instead. So they do have a good placement for it. Both combines can deliver there, as we can see Kiefer now coming to unload as well. And we can see Sinfrey already heading towards the silo, but they do want to get something delivered. And there's going to be still silo closed for a couple of seconds, but the timing is pretty good. They're not going to lose much of a time for it. And Sinfrey will just make a I'm not sure if they even realize that they do have a silo closed. No, they will just leave it there. So they will not use it for the moment. So there'll be I guess like a building this like a huge network or construction from the vehicles. And then they will just pour down a large amount of it, as we can see. Still collecting for more, 27k versus 37k, which Lou has, so about 10k of a difference. Just one bale for Lou. And we can see Tobias actually pressing some more bales at this point as well. So they want to get some early bales, you know, in case they can use them with a multiplier or something like that.
And there we go. The class track is out and being used. We weren't sure if we were going to see that today because it was getting banned on a regular basis. But Lindner have gone for it. So now we're seeing it get used for doing a load of baling.
Just modding on the chat at the same time, talking about the first bale calculator, talking about should we have a chart with the formula. No need. I do have it already. I do have the chart. I do have an Excel calculator for it. That's not the problem. I know exactly how many points it's gonna be and when. But what I don't have is that, you know, I should have the angle and the speed and the distance from the barn, and then maybe some kind of a calculator which also takes the kind of like the rounded trajectory into account with some kind of a pi calculations or something like that, and then also makes the automated calculation based on is the bale gonna be it's just tossed or reversed in. So those all make the difference, and those that I still have to make. So maybe I can do some machine learning, and maybe I can run the broadcast feed through the machine learning, like some NVIDIA Jetson box. But that's a different topic. Let's just go there. I do some AI stuff on my real life, so.
Oh, Tobias lost bales. There's one in the water and there's one on the bridge. And Lou currently have a grain multiplier, but aren't using it.
Yeah, there was a
because
bale in
they'd
the water.
maxed out.
Yeah. Yeah, and now Lou's gonna be out of grain. Lindner still has, I think, plenty actually. I think they can take the multiplier
wow,
definitely
a
as their
huge
advantage. That's
amount.
gonna be like a 2.4 or something if they want to. Maybe even more. And I mean, definitely they want to. So this is gonna be hard for Lou, to be honest. I mean, if with this multiplier, if Lindner gets all those 23k down, it's gonna be, you know, a huge advantage to Lindner. Now Lou is actually scoring some bales exactly when they need to. That's completely right to do it right now. That's gonna be one more bale. Lindner, I think it's just a matter of seconds when they will finally get the rest of the grain down from here, as we can see the Silas is moving. And are they gonna be getting those when the before the bales from Lou is gonna be hitting in with the 2.2? That's gonna be one bale getting inside. It's gonna be 20 points for the next one, maybe 19. Yeah. But they will get some points, but now I want it's going to be at least 2.4 for Lindner. But no, they're still struggling with getting the rest of the grain. 2.3, 17 points per bale. Lou is currently on the lead when we do have 3 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock. And the super drop is going to be spawning. Just a matter of seconds when it's going to be there. So we'll see if that's going to change anyhow the situation. Lindner has been putting some bales inside as well. 181. Now the rest of the grain is going to go inside. 2.5. That's a huge advantage.
That is massive.
And they have been catching on Lou. It's a multiplier switch.
Oh, it's a multiplier
so if Lou
switch.
can now maybe utilize that together with the belt speed. I mean, they do have all these bales ready to go. And they're already on the belt, but it's going to be Sinfrey who's going to go for it. And what is this? What is this? They're going to deny the switch. So they are happy to take the 1.5 multiplier for them. And they will allow Lou to go with 2.5. And those are not going to go in with that one. So they're going to deny the chance of using it.
That's the trick. If you are a team with a large multiplier advantage like that, you want to grab the multiplier switch, because your multiplier switch is going to be a lot less time than your opponent's will be. So good play there by Lindner. Managed to pick it at just the right moment as well, where a bale wouldn't be scored while the 15 seconds was running.
But that's not going to stop Lou. I mean, they have been just doing the work. They have still lead about 70 points of a gap to Lindner. They do have a, let's say, a worse multiplier for sure. But when we combine the belt speed with the easy stack and the efficiency which Tobias was showing the last game and clearly here as well, I mean, I think they do have a fair chance. It's going to be getting close. I mean, Lindner, they do have a lot of bales. But how many of those bales, 11, you can actually get on the second floor? There's going to be 3-4 bales on that belt. So, okay, that's going to be 100 points. So the lead might be just disappearing in a matter of seconds. But I think this is going to be like neck-to-neck battle. And the Tobias is running out of bales. He's so efficient that the guys are not delivering the bales on time when he needs those. But it's going to be just 1 minute remaining. Apollo will be getting some more. It's going to be just 19, okay, it's changing all the time. 27 points of a difference, and those two bales, they can change the whole situation. Still 50. Yeah, I think that Lindner, they do have the time for it. I mean, Lou is doing everything they can. Tobias probably has some time to just, spin
Oh
his
no,
fingers.
they don't need to do that!
So that is something, but I think that there's still enough bales for them. Only 2 bales remaining for Lou, and that's going to be 30 points.
Seconds.
Okay, now 3. But still, that's 45 points. So I think that when those bales go inside and maybe one more for Lindner, they just might be out of reach already, unfortunate for Lou. But let's wait for it. At least I think that Lou is making a great showing here, no matter what's going to happen. And they still have a chance, pending how it's going to go. But as we can see, Toba is just sitting there without any bales to work with. And that's, that's it, unfortunately. 45 points available for them. And that's not even going to take them to the lead. So Lindner, they will take the series 2-0, but still, once again, I mean, some small adjustments to the strategy of Blue, but I think that they have all the everything they need to be able to win rounds. I'm really impressed by Lou. Yes, they didn't make it further than this. I think they are now out of the tournament, but still, I think that's one of the most impressive first showings that I have seen on the series.
Yeah, and the big issue there was the delivered grain. The that they didn't deliver as much grain as Lintner did meant that they ended up going behind them in the multiplier, and when you're scoring 10 points a bale more than your opponent, it just makes it so much harder for them. So Lou just crumbling under the force of numbers there more than anything else. They just couldn't create enough bales to make up that difference.
Well, we'll be heading for a break. We'll see what's going to be the next match, but there will be plenty of more FSL action coming up. We'll try to figure out what's the next game we're going to be seeing. Maybe it's going to be visible on the break screen as well. You have about 5 minutes of time to, go for a fridge or whatever you want to do there, and we'll be right back after the break, and then we'll see what's going to be happening next.
Yep.
Or maybe
Don't go anywhere. Well. Back in a moment.
And welcome back.
Everyone. Sorry,
we are definitely back. We are definitely back. So we did have the next match as well. We had the Ehenfeld on the next match playing. And if you notice the graphics on the break, so not completely sure where we have the schedule, but that's going to be worked out. We're going to have the replays from the previous game as well. I think Lou was definitely making a good appearance there. Do you have any thoughts about that, Alex?
Yeah, I think Lou were playing pretty well. I think they had some smaller mistakes that if they can tighten up, they'll find that they can beat many teams in the FSL. They had not enough bales delivered in the top in the first game. That cost them badly. They held Lintner to a very good game otherwise in the first one. In the second one, they had a multiplier stacked so far against them that anybody other than I think Helm would have struggled to have come back from. So I think they got a bit unlucky with the amount of grain that they delivered in the second one, and yeah, it just wasn't enough bales in the top in the first one.
Okay, so yeah, the next game is going to be Ehenfeld versus New Holland. So that is the second appearance of New Holland, which Alex estimated already before when they had their first showing. But of course, before that, we're going to have the replays from the previous game. So we're going to see how Lou and Lindner actually played out. I really hope that we're going to see some stacking from Tobias, because I think he was doing a great job. And we will understand what happened on the mid game once again, especially on the second one with the grain. But that's pretty much what we're going to see here. And we haven't seen any major incidents so far. I mean, some small accidents at the bridges on the earlier matches, but nothing that big. Maybe there's something which kind of like we missed during the broadcast. Sinfrey was struggling a little bit. This is what I remember. And this was actually on the mid game, so this is not from the beginning. So he went to pick up that baler, had a couple of tries, and then kind of like repositioned his mind just to get it finally to go away. And some small issues, but even these didn't stop Lindner from taking both of the rounds.
And I think that was a little bit indicative of where Lou were when we saw that last shot there. They had their bales while Tobias was doing a great job stacking. Their bales were all a little bit in the way and or a little bit higgledy-piggledy, and that's kind of an example of where they need to tighten up a little bit. A little bit more organization around their bale stacking area, and they'll make it easier job for Tobias, and that means less stuff has to go into the bottom rather than onto the conveyor up the top.
Well, anyways, the next game is going to be DJK Ehenfeld versus New Holland. And, if this would have been last year or last season, but it's not. Then, of course, I mean, New Holland would have been kind of like the favorite on my books. But now I really don't know. We haven't seen the Ehenfeld matches, not on this tournament. I'm not sure if we see them on the previous tournament either. So this is maybe the first broadcast game then for the whole season, if I'm not completely mistaken. So will be interesting. I mean, both have won 2 matches and lost 1. Get here, all the way here. So it's a bit of a question mark how this will go. But New Holland, I mean, I guess they have shown a little bit promise based on what we have saw, but we haven't saw on DJK Ehenfeld. So I'm really excited to see how this goes. We have Folvi, Toby, and Jeppy on the Ehenfeld side, and of course on the New Holland side we have L Rhodes, Tita, and Signis. No changes there. And then we have the bans coming up. Nothing is going to be banned.
Ooh,
that is interesting. Do they have something they need the points for?
Well, the thing is, if you ban a tractor at this stage, that doesn't cost you any points. So, very strange, DJK Enfield choosing not to ban anything for their first choice. Don't know if that was an error or... Yeah, they've only banned the Lintner, which is interesting that they've not.
Maybe he was just like AFK, maybe, for the time being. So maybe he had just missed the spot. We don't know. Big hole versus big hole seems to be the case, though.
That's that's interesting. As I said, I think Unstoppable is probably the best thing to go against Big Hall with, but both teams here going for the Big Hall.
Yeah,
and
Perk
both
versus
going
Perk.
for the Case Magnum. Ooh, New Holland going for a telehandler. The New Holland telehandler, in fact, along with the JCB. So very maneuverable stackers on the New Holland side. Dirk going for a much more traditional two front loader tractors, though.
And this is the thing. I mean, when New Holland played earlier, I think we had a discussion about the telehandlers. That if there's any other team than Helm who has been on the past, like using the telehandlers efficiently, it has been New Holland. And now when we have Big Hall versus Big Hall, we can see that, probably some belt is going to be stopped at some point. So that might be an advantage for New Holland when they have the telehandler. But let's wait and see. We do have the run. We can see New Holland claiming the New Holland Baylor right under the nose of Ehenfeld. So that's going to slow down the first belt for sure. Tita's got to go for Ideal. We can see that there's another Baylor being taken by Ehenfeld. That's going to cost them about, 50 seconds extra or something like that. So we can expect that the first Baylor is not going to be so good as New Holland's. And so Gepi a little bit late with it, but let's not be stuck with the idea. But they should be having, let's say, slower first Baylor, because when you don't have the Baylor which you want to on the right place, it's not going to happen. And Gepi is fast, at least, by collecting, but he's pretty far away, as we can see. And Elrose is already on the delivery phase. It's 146, actually, but that's the fastest first Baylor, the biggest first Baylor we have today. Yeah, that's huge.
That's good start for New Holland. That Jeppy coming in, got quite a bit to make up. Is he going to flick this in, or is it going to be a reverse? It's flick for a 127, so not too bad. 19 points, a single, still within that single score at the moment. They exactly. Really did want to do that after having that slow start.
Yeah, it's usually pretty rare that you have the swing coming from that side. We don't see it that often. But the timing was different. Herbicide and Bale drop on the first set of drops. I don't know, pretty far away, to be honest. So maybe they will just leave them where they are. We'll see if anybody's going to go for them. But I don't really see that anybody wants to go for those, because they're pretty far away. You don't have any business on that side of the map at this point of the game. And the significance of those drops is not that big either. But maybe they'll just, do what they are planning to do. And that is, of course, collecting the grain to this almighty Big Hall, or Optimus Prime.
What is the battle situation? Both teams what is the grain situation, I mean. Both teams very close to the amount of grain they have. So no obvious advantage either way at the moment. And both pretty full trailers. I think those hold up to 60,000 litres.
Yeah. And the grain is like almost tied. They are doing everything at the same pace. One bale for New Holland, that's okay, two bales now. So they're pressing the bales at the same time as well. Ehenfeld hasn't really yet gone there on that mode. But I think it's just a matter of time. Well, of course it's a matter of time. It will happen sooner or later. So it could be like 5 minutes from here. But for sure, they need to make some bales at some point. So yeah, it's a matter of time when the bales will start coming. But I guess the timing is important as well. Yeah, so I want to see what's going to be on the next drops. And what's going to be the timing of the grain unloading. But based on the placement of Ehenfeld, for example, and the amount of grain, I think it's going to take a short while. So I don't think that they will do any kind of grain drop before the next drops. That's how it seems to me, based on the current locations.
It's an interesting difference in strategy here. Dirk Gernfeld have taken the trailer right up to the top end of the field here. It's cost them time to put it here, and that time has been used by New Holland to press as many bales as they can, and as a result New Holland are a good 5-6 bales ahead of Dirk. So it's gonna be interesting to see how much of an advantage that gives them overall, and whether there will be an opportunity for Dirk Gernfeld to even things up here as they head to deliver their grain.
Ooh. These are not going to be disrupting enough. We saw Volvi immediately heading towards the silo. I'm not sure if they saw the drops before that, but the
it's a toss!
Yeah, toss actually. Oh,
and it's missed.
One went on the roof,
no, it did
and
score.
I think there was three. There was three, so they scored 2, and 1 missed. So the one actually went up on the roof, just like spawned, and now we have the the belt has stopped. Both teams are unloading it, as we can see. The multipliers are changing, not that much for the moment. It's going to be 2.0, exactly the same for both of the teams. But there was an early delivery from New Holland, and that's
20. I think there was like 20 liters of grain between the two of them. Then, the grain delivery was not going to make much difference. Here we go again.
Tita.
He's lining up for it.
He doesn't even have to do it.
And again,
he's going to have a amount of bales here on the side of the building. I mean,
it is off. It is off the roof.
They are just going all over the place. So, but at least he gets 2 of them inside. So he doesn't need the belt for it, even though the belt is operational. For sure, that's fast. I just hope that he's going to get all the 3 of them at some point. But yeah, I mean, we can see that New Holland is still leading.
Oh, don't
Toby has mistaken that this is not a Hot Wheels track. This is not a Hot Wheels track. But a nice jump anyways. A big air, as we saw earlier as well. But what I was going to go there before that. So you mentioned, Alex, that New Holland has been pressing the bales as Ehenfeld has been doing something else. So even while they already tried to deliver 6 bales, got 4 of them inside, they're still leading with the bales. And they got the points. So if somebody's wondering how pressing the bale advantage moves as a point advantage, that's how you do it. And Tita's come for the third time, and is he gonna get all of them in? Oh, 2 of them. So
still only 2 of them. Still, it's great for New Holland this, because they're ahead in the number of bales. They've got 10 more bales than Dirk Gernfeld have, and nearly 20 more points.
Yeah, but Ehenfeld has been putting some bales on the belt.
You got the bottom boost as well, so now you just shove bales in the bottom.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, they have the bottom boost, and there we can see Cygnus already lining up.
Oh, he's got himself in a bad position. He needs to get these in.
They are there. They will go in. So yeah, I think New Holland is doing quite well for the time being. Tita,
there we go,
missing the one on the middle, so maybe he's gonna just put them on the first floor, as they still have about 8 seconds with the bottom boost. So that's gonna be 1, and will he get the other one as well? It's gonna be very tight, and doesn't get it. I think he didn't get it.
He's got 9 seconds left.
Well, there we go, 140. And I mean, yeah, we see a lot of pictures from New Holland all the time, and we'll see how they're scoring the points. But
now,
you can see from the scores that Ehenfeld is at the same time.
He's able to clean things.
And we can see that Ehenfeld is doing the work at the same time as well. So that's going to be another 60 points for them. They're going to be not that far away, actually, from New Holland. So I think that New Holland has a slight lead. We have 1 minute and 15 seconds to go, and they do have more bales as well. But I would say that the Ehenfeld, they are not that far away. They're trailing a little bit, so maybe it needs a small mistake from New Holland.
This is the thing. New Holland have the bales, but Dirkheim are delivering the bales, and it's keeping them in the game really interestingly. New Holland needs to get these 13 bales scored. They've only got 50 seconds to do it. And we got a bale just sort of hovering the other side of the fence there.
Yeah, getting close. I mean, Ehenfeld is leading by 3 points.
And Dirk Anfield into the lead with 30 seconds.
Yeah,
and they've gone further into the lead. New Holland needs to score bales.
Yeah. Oh, that's actually the one bale is not going to go in.
That second one's not going to score.
So, yeah, I mean, I think New Holland, they have the bales. They just need to shove them on the first floor, but they need to be fast. It's only 5 seconds to go. That's going to be one more bale for Ehenfeld, and now because New Holland putting some more bales inside, and that's going to be the game.
Lead! And it's not going to be enough.
New Holland.
It is New Holland. That was closer than it should have been, though. New Holland had so many more bales and delivered so many more bales. Wow.
Yeah, four bales.
I thought New Holland had that in the bag when they were five bales ahead with 7 minutes to go. And that was way closer than it should have been.
Yeah, it was definitely close. But now we'll just have to wait and see how New Holland will be. Will they get the second one as well? I think that Ehenfeld, I mean, we didn't see them that much. They were kind of trading a little bit all the time, just, following right on their heels. And they just run out of bales in the end. And I think that there was a bit of a struggle with the New Holland side in the one bale chopped from the belt. Not like a big chaos, but yeah, I mean, I think they left it like very late. Maybe they just wanted to. Maybe they wanted to have the impression that it's actually closer than it was. But, they wanted 40 points in the end. So, yeah, we'll see.
I think okay. That at the end of that, I think that was New Holland's to lose rather than Dirk Enfield's to win. I think Dirk did everything they could. I don't think they could have played a much better game than that. Maybe getting more bales pressed earlier on to get themselves those few extra points. But yeah, New Holland did not take full advantage of the advantage they had, and yeah, that nearly let Dirk Enfield in, and could have cost them big.
Yeah, well, I mean, New Holland is continuing to show a good performance now, so we'll see the second game of the series. Will they climb it 2-0? Will Ehenfeld will be able to kind of like come back from the situation? That is, of course, always the question when we are heading to the second game of the series. And this match, as far as I know, we are still in the losers bracket. Yes, we are. So the loser should be heading away, as far as I know, from this game. So the loser is going to drop, and if it's going to be Ehenfeld who's going to lose the next one, then they should be out of the tournament. And of course, if New Holland is the same for them, so not on the next game, but on the third game series. Well, yeah, you can't really lose anything anymore, as far as I have understood.
That's the thing. You can lose with the new brackets. You can lose one game and still make it all the way to the final.
Yeah, and both of the teams, they have lost one on earlier rounds on the upper bracket. So let's wait and see. We saw some nice telehandler gameplay, to be honest, from New Holland. It wasn't really forced. The belt wasn't that much stopped for that long time. But still, it was an impressive play, and now we can see that there are some bans coming from Ehenfeld regarding their monitors going to be taken out of the equation. Will we see the other one as well?
It goes to New Holland.
Would make sense. Yeah, the New Holland.
There we go.
Maybe it's a signal for the New Holland team that you can't play with it.
And Dirk Enfield trying to disrupt New Holland, take away that telehandler. We've got Bottleneck for both teams this time.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, I think this is the first. No, it's not the first. I mean, yeah. So we see like big hole versus big hole. This is the first time we see bottleneck versus bottleneck. That's true. We saw the bottleneck versus the big hole on the opening match, but then we haven't seen this perk versus peg. But of course, it's not going to make that much of a difference. We have seen. I don't know if it's a trend or not, but I don't think that on the previous tournaments we have seen so many like big holes on the opening round. It was usually left on the third one, to be honest. So so yeah, a lot of big holes being played, which is definitely a change to the previous tournaments on this season. And there we go. Once again, the battle for the pads. All the utilities on the pads will start in a matter of seconds. Nobody will be hitting the gate. Tita, let's see, he seems to be going his own way, but there's going to be a Ian player trailing.
Oh,
it's
heading
close
for that.
one.
Oh no!
And it's going to be Tita who's going to claim that once again. So New Holland, they have been really succeeding on these battles. The challenges in the pads.
That's the combine you want.
Yeah.
I mean, with the New Holland for DJK, that is not good for them.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, I think that Ehenfold, they definitely have a chance for a better first bail. L. Rhodes is actually looking very good here. He has the bail already, just needs to get the away from there. JP is not that much further behind. We can see from the X-ray that, yeah, there's a bit of a difference. L. Rhodes, this could be 145-ish or 6. Yeah, 145. So about the same as what we had on the previous round. So that's a great start. But JP, see how this is going to go. He should be tossing it. It seems that it might be a little bit early. But no, he's going to get that in. So it's going to be 132. 13 points of difference. So definitely better than the last round of this series. Well, that's a decent start for both of them. Of course, New Holland kind of like will take the early lead. But this is like very early lead.
Now, both these teams have lost to Jutta. And if both these teams are playing this strongly, then Just Attractor must have played an absolute blinder against both of them to continue on.
Well, there we have direct delivery for Ehenfeld. So that is something. It's not going to be that long though. It's going to be just 10 seconds remaining. The advantage from that is not going to be that big, and you know, as spoken multiple times in the past, you know, people don't really want to go for the early drops. We don't see New Holland going for them at all, as far as I saw. So we just go back to the field because the JP just making that very tight turns between the combines and just trying to get as much grain as possible on his trailer. Has the baler there waiting as well when the time is going to come and be right to step on it. We can see L. Rhodes on the lower picture heading all the way towards the other vehicles. Probably gonna leave that trailer. Is he gonna go straight to the silo, or will he just leave it there for a time being? I think he's gonna go for it actually. Yeah, he's gonna go for it. So he's not gonna leave it there. He actually wants to go to the silo. It's not closed. Does he want to deliver, or will he just leave the combination here and go for the other one, which was right next to the buildings? In a way, would make sense. We get Jeppy actually coming here as well, and he's positioning. Yeah, he's gonna start unloading at the same time as well, so that is something. And maybe L. Rhodes is gonna do the same, or yeah, he's gonna start unloading it as well. So a slight change on the multipliers, but yeah, just one bail on the both sides, and Ehenfeld, I don't think they're gonna take the advantage from that multiplier at this point.
I think, looking at that, it was very much a, we want to push things a little bit. We want to empty out our overloader. They didn't have a very full overloader because they'd used the direct delivery, and they put themselves ahead. So I think now what will happen is Gurkha will try and get as much grain as they can. They are at a distinct disadvantage because of the combine setup. They have Alexian, but they also have New Holland, and New Holland holds so much less grain. They really, really want to get as much extra grain in as they can, so that they can maintain this advantage as best as they can.
Yeah, the drops are just about to come up. We haven't really seen much of I mean, we have seen grain multiplier. There we go. Silo closed. And I think this is now a great timing. It's going to be picked by Ehenfeld immediately, as they do have the multiplier 2.6 and they do have the bells to utilize it as well. So now we might see that they are actually scoring some bales and Signis. Look at that. He's just
that is horrible.
But that's definitely what they were hoping for. And look how fast the Ehenfeld actually was able to pick that, that drop. It was just like a second after their spot. He was right there on the spot. And that definitely hurts because Ehenfeld actually putting some more grain in at the same time. Why not to make it something else? And it's going to be 3.0 for them. And now they have to get those bales on the belt as well. So New Holland, not the situation where you want to be. But now we need to have Ehenfeld also taking the advantage of this. They have 50 seconds before New Holland can start unloading it. Always actually preparing for another, set of grain, not pouring it in, of course, because they have 3.0 already. We can see New Holland going for the silo close. They say have about extra 50 seconds after the Ehenfeld silo is going to be open, as they still, their New Holland silo is going to be open, and Ehenfeld is going to be sort of like extra 50 seconds closed. So that might work, but now the question is 20 seconds remaining for Ehenfeld. And I haven't seen a single bale put on the belt. But the timing, you need to do something.
They need to score. They've got that 3 times multiplier and they need to score with it. There's not much point in disrupting New Holland like this if they're not going to use it to score. They have got bales on the thing, and here comes the multiplier going the other way. There's nothing they can do about it. There they go. They got one scored at 2.4 and a second scored at 2.1.
Yeah. So that's something, but just, I think it's a bit like a wasted opportunity, to be honest. New Holland is scoring some points at the same time as well with the 2.2, so they are clearly back in business, and they are just pouring more in soonish. So we'll see, but I think that Ehenfeld, they had a great chance of actually getting some more points from that situation. I think they kind of like failed a little bit, to be honest. 3 minutes ago, multiplier switch is right here. 9 bells for Ehenfeld, 10 bells for New Holland, because Itobi just, taking the shortcut through the water. And if you look at the scoreline currently, we have New Holland leading now with 70 points already. And I think in the end, when we look at the grain being delivered, there will be maybe a slight advantage on the multiplier for Ehenfeld in the end. But it's not going to be huge, definitely not going to be worth the 70 points. And it's actually 2.0, so there's no advantage at all.
2.0. Now it
New Holland
purely down to bales.
Yeah, and of course the lead. I mean, New Holland is leading by 70 points, and you have 2 minutes to go. And, some small differences on the bale accounts, but that's pretty much it. I think that we don't have to consider about that. Tita's going to put something on the first floor as well. Bale-tastic!
Bale-tastic for New Holland. They have managed to deliver just a whack of bales while Dirk were fiddling about. That has given them a huge point boost. And they are now 200 points in the lead. There is not enough bales on the field for Diertka to come back and close that in a minute and a half.
Yeah, this is actually looking pretty good for New Holland. I mean, they're leading by 200 points. 5 bales is the difference, but that's like 100 points, and for sure you cannot get all of those on the second floor. So I think that New Holland is now kind of like back on their feet. when we compare them to the let's say the two previous tournaments. So this is definitely looking better. So I think they have changed something here. We can see that the Bales going for ENFL, but New Holland will still keep the lead, and they still have the Bales. It's just like a 1 minute to go. And ENFL, after that bell, they still have 9, and there's no way that we'll get all the 9 bales in 50 seconds to the second floor. So we'll know what should be the end result here. But let's just wait for it. We want to see how it actually goes. But those bales are going to take New Holland to 460 something. That's going to be 480. The next one is going to be 500. And then when we calculate the available points for ENFL, that's going to be 400 and about 500 they can make with those bells, which they have on 25 seconds, and I don't think they're even gonna make it because they don't have the time. So I would say that New Holland, they have already like make their final and the move that's gonna decide the game for them instead. And we can see Alroad, he wants to try as well.
He's not gonna do it!
Yeah, but he can afford that. He just wanted to show Tita that I can do it as well, but he's not gonna be able to do it. So. But still, New Holland will claim the series, and New Holland will take the series 2-0, and ENFL then they will just have to, settle down, unfortunately, the current position and drop out of the tournament. It's not about the undelivered bales, it's about the multipliers. Yeah, 2 bells of a difference on the deliveries, but the multiplier, kind of like the not being able to use the advantage on the middle game when they had the 3.0 multiplier.
Absolutely agree. They did not score points when they could have scored points and maximized it. They had that 3 times multiplier and a closed silo for a good minute and a half, and they didn't deliver a single bale in that time. They 2 or 3 in there, and that would have set them up and given them a massive advantage going into the latter half of it. So yeah, little mistakes from Dirk Renfield cost them the match, cost them the game, and cost them the match. So I think there's a little bit of work there to do, some tightening up. I expect New Holland, though, not taking anything away from them. They were doing brilliantly as well. We are going to go for a quick break. We will be back in 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back. It's gonna be, well, more games here on the FSL. The next game, which wasn't mentioned on the break because everybody's waiting for that information, it's gonna be Valtra versus Just the Tractor, which is gonna be the next game. But of course, before that, we'll still have a lot of things to discuss about the last game, Ehrenfeld versus New Holland, and of course, we'll still have the replays as well. We'll see how that actually played. But any thoughts about that game, Alex? You always like put everything so nicely in front of us. You lay down the facts.
Oh, thank you, Matty. It really was an interesting game. Both teams playing very well. I feel that New Holland, did play well. Didn't have a whole load of mistakes. A nice little bit of flourish as well. In the first game with throwing the bales up to the top with the telehandler. I feel that Dirk Ehrenfeld made a few mistakes that cost them both games. In the second one, it very much was letting the multiplier get away from them. They could have scored bales at a 3 times multiplier for a minute and a half and went nowhere near their conveyor belt while that was available to them. The first game, I think it was purely not pressing enough bales. The New Holland's got a good lead on them because they could not press enough bales in the early stages of it. I think Dirk Ehrenfeld clears up their mistakes a bit. They will go far in this tournament going forwards. They just need to clean up those rough edges.
Well, now we're going to see the replays.
We're going to see the replays.
The one thing that really what I was really focusing on, that exact situation what you said, Alex, that they were not able to utilize the multiplier when they had it. Because when the silo close came in, I think it was the second game when it came, and then we can see these nice tosses actually. I think these are definitely worth seeing the highlights, getting 2 in And then on both of the tosses, they had that one bale going on the roof, and Toby showing some action how to make the jump. They say that the white men can jump, but I think these guys are disagreeing completely. So 3 tosses in total, and if Tita would be a goalkeeper, in ice hockey or football or whatever is the sport, I think that letting every third ball get inside, I don't think it's going to be acceptable ratio. But here it's completely fine because he still made I think like a 25 points per bale because they had the huge multiplier at the time, so that was like one toss for 50 points every time. But that was pretty fine actually. But yeah, the silo close that I was started to talk about before Tita just went completely nuts with the tosses. So yeah, I mean they snatched the silo close like 1 second after the drop spawn. So the execution by picking the drop and having the multiplier, everything was going so nicely, and they had a decent time to deliver. But I guess they just didn't have the complete setup ready for it, unfortunately, because they could have made. I think there was plenty of time. They could have made like a 120 points or something with 4 bales. So that probably would have taken that game a whole lot closer as it was.
Yeah, it was absolute perfect disruption timing from Dierke. Then they did it just as New Holland were delivering the bales, delivering the grain. New Holland were not ready for it, and were not ready to pick up the power-ups either, because it took them until the power-ups had nearly expired to go and close Dierke's silos. Thing is, Dierke were already at a 3 times multiplier at that point, and it meant that there was that minute and a half where New Holland couldn't deliver grain. Dierke didn't need to deliver grain, and they could have scored so many points with bales. And when you're not taking advantage of those multipliers, when you're not capitalizing on the disruption you're causing your opponents, you're going to lose matches, because you need to be able to do that and take advantage of that, because that is the way ahead of them. So yeah, I'd like to see a little bit of tidying up of that strategy, I think.
Well, the next game, as mentioned, Valtra versus Just the Tractor, and this is actually from the upper bracket, so this is not from the losers bracket. Both Valtra and Just the Tractor, they have won all of the matches so far, and so Valtra actually, they didn't have an opponent on the first round, so they were just immediately starting from the second round, but they won the match on the second round, and this is from the third round of the upper bracket. DJK Ehenfeld instead, they won, Just the Tractor, so they won versus New Holland, and then I think they won versus Ehenfeld, if I'm not completely mistaken, or my insanity, not completely sure actually, but I think that we saw my insanity on the round 2 matches on the lower bracket. So yeah, they have won versus Ehenfeld. So yeah, they both have a spotless record so far, and because it's the upper bracket, so they still have a second chance. So whoever's going to win this one, they will proceed all the way to the final of the upper bracket, which we'll see tomorrow. And then the loser's going to be dropping on the loser's bracket and going to continue playing there tomorrow as well. So nobody will be eliminated after this game. Both will have a second chance if they will get eliminated on this match. And that is the situation. But Valtra versus Just the Tractor. And Just the Tractor, as mentioned, they did eliminate New Holland on the last tournament, for example. They have been doing pretty well. Another French team on the league. And then, of course, we have Valtra. They haven't really yet shown this season what they are really capable of. But we have seen in the past that they have something. They have 80 points, so they're kind of like tied on the third place. So still, I think they have more to come than what we have seen.
Yeah, I'm really interested for this one. Valtra, as you said, sitting in equal third place with New Holland and Power Team Esports at this stage of the season. Just Tractor currently sitting equal 8th with Astragon. But Just Tractor have knocked into the losers bracket both New Holland and Dirk Enfeld, who as we saw in the last match, 2 pretty strong teams. I'm really intrigued to see how well Just Tractor are playing, against Valtra, who historically have been a strong team. Not so much last season, but the season before, they were really pushing Trelleborg for the top spot in lots of matches. So hopefully, Vultra are having a bit of a renaissance and coming back, and we'll see a really good match between these two.
Mm. And it's also good to know that this is the last game of the day as well. So we were supposed to have 6 matches, but because we had the technical problems at the start, we were not able to show the Helm versus the Trelleborg tires. So we do only have 5 matches. And of course, we'll see probably at Trelleborg. And well, not sure actually how the matches have gone, but I'm expecting that we'll see Helm at least tomorrow. I'm not sure how the Trelleborg tires has been doing. And of course, I don't know. I mean, it could be the other way around as well. So I'm not going to say anything, but the either of those teams will probably make an appearance tomorrow on the matches. So we're going to continue tomorrow at the same time at 10 a.m. Central European time on the same channel. So make sure to, whatever you're watching from Twitch, YouTube, just, mark it, and tomorrow we'll continue. But of course, still one more game to go. And I mean, this is always like complicated for me as a Finnish person. When we have Valtra, a Finnish manufacturer, so that's like the only Finnish thing that I can see here on this series. We have no Finnish players on any of the teams. We do have a Finnish manufacturer, so I'm always like happy, and maybe I'm slightly biased towards them. I kind of like to see Valtra to succeed. Of course, I've been on the not exactly inside of the factory, but I know definitely where it is, and okay, this is another story. I'll try to make it quick. But I used to own a locomotive, like steam locomotive. I used to restore one of the steam locomotives with my friends. And it was on the railway tracks right next to the Valtra factory. They used the same tracks to actually deliver the tractors out of the factory. So a couple of summers which we played with that locomotive, we were just, watching all the time those Valtra tractors to come out of the factory. So that's my personal binding with that place.
Fantastic. We got a few of them round here. No, it's awesome. I love that. I love the idea that you were working on a train and restoring it. That's fun. That's absolutely awesome.
There was a time because in Finland, I mean, of course, the steam locomotives, they are not in use anymore. So there was a time when the Finnish railway company was selling them at the price of the metal. And the metal price was pretty cheap. So we had 4 friends, and we just bought one and started to restore it. And but that's a long time ago. But it was pretty fun, definitely. And I have driven that steam locomotive on those same tracks as well.
Wow. Is it still about? Do you guys still have it or sold it on?
It is now owned by this historical railroad company, which does this like a custom trips for the companies with the trains and the wagons they have, and so we are not in possession of that train anymore, but it was a fun project.
But nicely in a museum and still running then. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, not in a museum, but
no,
still in operational state.
Yeah. Fantastic.
But that's a different story. But that's how I remember Valtra so well, because we had the place where to restore it. Because by the Finnish law, if you don't have the train driver's license, I don't know what that's called officially, which clearly I don't have, but you are able to run on private tracks. And kind of like next to the Valtra factory, we had the place, and we were able to use the same like private tracks, not owned by the country's the country-owned railway company. Anyways, that's a different topic, but that's Valtra. So yeah, but we're waiting for the game to start, so why not to have this kind of stories in the meantime.
Just trying to see what we got in chat. Like more aggressive plays. Actually, yeah. So Tintin Lestat brings up a good point. We have had a lot of games today that have been more disruptive and have been a little bit more aggressive and trying to disrupt their opponents. And I'm so pleased to see it. I said it early on in the stream. I'm really excited when the FSL is exactly like that. I don't mind so much when we've not got 800 or 1,000 point games, because invariably when you get games of that kind of scoreline, you have the other team with just no points at all, and it's just a walkover. When you get games that are between 400 and 600 points, you get close games. you get teams that are fairly evenly matched trying to disrupt each other all the time. So yeah, I'm really liking that today's games have been like that it has been a lot of that. Can we disrupt our opponents and maybe not quite score as many points, but stop them scoring as many points? So yeah, maybe we'll see a little bit more of that this season.
Yeah, I hope so. If I don't remember completely wrong, Helm was able to break the 800 points on the last tournament. So, and,
which is impressive.
Yeah, I mean, we always
it's
gonna be 600 something points, and I think they broke 700 first, and it's gonna be 800, and but yeah, okay, that's a different story. It just means that the other teams, they have something to practice for. But yeah, we're just waiting for the game to start. It should be starting at some point, and just as a reminder, it's gonna be Valtra versus Just the Tractor, and both teams currently on the upper bracket, so nobody will be eliminated. Just as a reminder at this point, we can see already that the JK is actually asking for pancakes already on the chat. And, I'll see if I can come up with something for tomorrow's broadcast. But yeah, no guarantees. It's gonna be a busy day.
It is, and I'm just trying to see too. So Valtra have beaten at least one team to get through to this point. We saw Astragon, I think, initially go through into the losers bracket. So I think Valtra beat Team Charlie to make it to this game. Whereas Just Tractor have beat both New Holland and Dirk Enfeld to get through to here. So it's going to be an interesting match between these two, which is beginning now. And there we go. Just a Tractor looking very serious, while Valtra having a little bit of fun with it.
I think with this new kind of a bracket, I mean, we know that the teams, they have like analysts. Helm has the fourth player, kind of like, JK was at the previous tournaments, just, kind of coming up with a strategy. So I think for the commentator crew, we need some kind of like a bracket analyzer who will make these assumptions for us that we think that they have gained from here. Or somebody who will try to figure out what happened with the bracket. Anyways, we can see telehandler, at least New Holland's going to be banned. Of course, we're expecting that Valtra will then ban the Manito one as well. And then we'll see what else is going to be banned by who. But yeah, I just want to see the perks. So Justicon, Haypax, Janka on the side of Just Attracty, and then Søren, Lennox, and Luca on the side of Valtra. And there we go, Manicho being banned, so no telehandlers, Fend and Massive Ferguson from the other side, and the perks are gonna be what? We'll see in a second. Big Hall is gonna be because Bottleneck.
Big Hall versus Bottleneck. That's interesting.
Yeah, I kind of like this, how the Big Hall is now chosen to almost every opening match. I think the first match we saw today actually was also Big Hall versus Bottleneck. It wasn't unstoppable, so I think that maybe Valtra is taking I'm not gonna say that it's a risk, but coming over Big Hall with the unstoppable is so much. It seems to be more popular than with Bottleneck.
Both teams going for that large case, and both teams going for the John Deere stacker. But the Fent with head start for just the Tractor, whereas the big John Deere with press it, or with the pressing perk for Valtra. So yeah, two very different strategies shaking up here by the looks of things.
And the thing with the Just the Tractor is that they have been able to surprise teams on the past. So this kind of like different kind of strategies is definitely an element. I think that Valtra is, well, in my eyes, they are a team that is executing very well. But the strategies that I have seen them to play, they are not so surprising, but they just do a very good job by executing the strategies they have chosen. So I would say that if there's an element of surprise on this game, it's definitely coming from the side of Just the Tractor. And then we'll see how the element of surprise is gonna like work against the efficiency of Valtra team. But okay, that is just like my guessing. So there's no real facts. It's just my gut feeling. Janka actually has a good start. Goes with the case. You can see Luca going with the New Holland. Both teams actually have a pretty good first bell chance here. We can see Sören just coming right behind it. And this is actually looking good. Hayback is a little bit late, I would say, from this situation. So I would definitely guess that Valtra has a better chance for the first bell, because the first bell already being pressed. And they are probably heading all the way towards the barn, and we should be able to see the points. There we go. It should be 140 something if the toss is going to go inside 142 maybe. 43, so that's a good start. So they will get the early lead, and now we'll see when Just the Tractor will be coming. Should be about now. Haybax is here. Doesn't seem like he's tossing it though, but he is. And it's going to be 130. Going to be getting a bit stuck, but still 13 points of a difference. So I would say that taking everything like the situation and the circumstances into consideration, I would say that Haybax did a good job.
Yeah, I think he was also very. I think he was slightly lucky there. He managed to only clip the side after the bale had got into the right position. Could have gone very nasty for him there. We've got closed and go down. I think is that second one. Neither teams are paying attention though to it. Really matter. Soren unloading as he goes past. Paxus also unloading as the combines are going.
Yeah, but this is good news for Just the Tractor. Now we know that the silo close is not going to be in the next batch of drops. And, with the big haul, you don't really want to be blocked. So now they know that they can just go with the big haul as they have probably planned from the start. And of course, grain multiplier could be a thing, but still they know that they, it doesn't matter. They can go next to the silos. They're not going to lose any time when they pull it there. There's no chance that they cannot unload. And if some kind of a multiplier comes in, that is just a bonus on top of it.
And that is a full overloader for Valtra. That means Soren can now concentrate on maybe getting some bales pressed if possible. He gets this into position.
Yeah, it's ready and waiting. Grain. Valtra actually has more grain for the moment. And of course, when you want to overcome the big haul, then you want to be, you need to set up that network of vehicles above the silo and then just have the timings right, and then you can do it. We have seen that vehicle combination actually win big haul in the past as well on the grain delivery. So will be interesting to see. But Valtra, one of those teams, they know how to put them right. Pretty good execution, and they have a sharp strategy. And then I think they have a good chance of it. So we'll just have to wait and see. About 50 seconds for the next drops, and I don't think we're going to see any deliveries of the grain before that. We can see the bales being pressed. 4 bales for Just the Tractor, 3 for Valtra actually. Well, they are increasing all the time. So this is looking pretty standard for the moment. So I just want to see what's going to happen in 30 seconds. What are the drops and how fast the teams are going to be reacting into those. And of course the contents of the drops are going to be affecting it.
And think about it, Valtra needs to press the extra bales because it's very likely they're going to end up at least a small disadvantage here. I believe the big haul trailer has a bigger multiplier than the overloader does. And so the extra grain will go some way to countering that.
This is actually interesting. Valtra, this is exactly what I mentioned like a couple of minutes ago, that with the multiple vehicles, you are able to counter the big haul. And we saw Valtra actually having 10k more than Just the Tractor. So if they are just trusting the big haul that, we'll just load this up, get 60k on it and unload it, and it's gonna be it. But I think that Valtra is actually reading the game pretty well. Belt is going to be stopped at the same time. Valtra is having the 3.0 multiplier. And
they need to score.
The speed limits are there as well. So we'll see if there's going to be any bales for Valtra. Now we can see that the Just the Tractor is going to start unloading it. Valtra needs to be ready, so they need to start unloading at about the same time as well. They cannot really afford just the tractor to get that multiplier advantage and really use that. But this means that, yeah, just the tractor's grain game is over, but now Valtra is unloading it, and I think they should be ending up with 2.2 or something like that multiplier. So this is the crucial moment when they need to be fast with the unloading before the just the tractor will get those bales inside, and we haven't seen any bales being delivered. And I just want to see where the multiplier is going to be ending up, but this is definitely costing some important time. But they should, I mean, Valtra, they should have 2.2 or something similar after all the grain has been delivered, and the key is the timing of things.
This is the thing. Valtra have lost time because they've not had the big haul, and big haul you just dump the grain and go. Whereas if you don't, you've got to overload from the combines to get it. But it has paid off for them. They have got that 2.2 multiplier and got that little bit extra in. So now they need to capitalize on it. They're only 2 bales behind, and the points are really, really even. Lots and lots to play here, and I think this is going to shape up to be a fairly close game towards the end.
It definitely looks like it. 3 minutes to go. Super drop is just about to come, and if it's like a bale points or something like that, it can make all the difference. Now we can see Luca, and on the Valtra side, when you look at the placement of the bales, they are pretty nicely laid down. Multiplier switch. We'll see if somebody wants to go for it. It's just for 16 seconds, so it's a pretty tight time window. Now we can see Valtra delivering the bales, and they will take back the lead. We saw just the tractor delivering just 1 bale, but they didn't get any kind of a multiplier advantage from it. So that was, I think it was like a 2.0. So 20 points from
going
that.
for the switch. 16 seconds. Yeah. And Valtra, it does mean Valtra are going to score those at a lower multiplier.
Yeah,
but faster.
It will mean that. But now it's gone. So they are still in the lead. Just the tractor is leading with the bales. But
that was actually a pretty good piece of disruption from just the tractor. It did cause New Holland to score 4 bales at a lower multiplier, which is exactly the kind of thing they want at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, when you have the bigger multiplier, you have the slower belt. And, you know, then the timing, when you pick that, you can actually, deny the points. As we saw in the previous game as well, that, you know, they will just take the multiplier switch just to annoy the other team. But yeah, Luca still having some bales remaining, 14 bales. So somehow Valtra has been able to catch up with the amount of bales. They were like a 4 bales short earlier. But of course, this is all about the timing, how things are going to go. So for the moment, it seems as Valtra, they do have a slight lead, and they do have a slight lead on the multiplier as well, and the about same amount of bales. So it seems that if, you know, nothing special happens, then I think Valtra, they should be able to close this first game of the series. They're also stacking 2 bales on top of each other, so they have more efficient stacking currently. Definitely better than DJ Goham once again. And now Janka coming with those 2 bales will put them here. And yeah, I know, I just keep reminding DJ from it, but if you come to a challenge that's saying that, yeah, I'm the best bale stacker there is, and then you're gonna just like have the biggest time from everybody. I mean, he was the only player who made like above 5 minutes, because everybody else was limited on 5 minutes. So yeah, like he said himself, at least on the cover image of his YouTube video, that he's the worst bale stacker instead. So yeah, you can advertise that as well. You know, we all have our own perks. Maybe that's the one for DJ Goham. But yeah, maybe we should have like a perk here called like a DJ Goham stacker or something like that. But that's a different topic. So 20 seconds to go.
As close as I thought this was going to be, Valtra are pulling away, and now are, well, they were 100 points ahead. They're now 80 points, 90 points ahead. It's not going to be as close as we were expecting. Valtra are going to take this first game with 673 points. Highest scoring game that we've seen today, though. Both teams breaking 50, nearly both teams breaking 60. 27 bales delivered for Just a Tractor, 29 bales delivered for Vultra. So yeah, both teams playing really, really well. I don't think Just a Tractor took full advantage though of their multipliers at some points.
I'm just calculating the point difference. I mean, they were pretty much tied at one point. Maybe like a 20-point lead or something for Vultra, and then they had about the same amount of bales. Okay, the multiplier was still there, but let's say that they deliver 10 bales. So that's going to be 20 or 40 points more for Vultra. So I don't completely get where the 100-point difference came from. So the only reason or the only explanation that I come up with, we saw Vultra catching up with the amount of bales. They have 10. I think Just a Track they had 10, and suddenly they had the same amount. So I think the bale production at the end game was better for Vultra. And what we usually don't see, that the bales produced at the end, they quite often also get like undelivered. So they also delivered those bales. So I think that the how they played the end game was pretty nice. Getting new bales in, catching up, and also delivering those. And they did deliver more bales on the second floor. So it wasn't that they just shove all of them on the first floor. I think they put like 1 at the end. And I think they had 5 in total. So 4 earlier, but 1 at the end only on the first floor.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I think Vultra played a better game. They countered the big haul really well. They produced the extra grain. They got it in. They and gave themselves that extra multiplier, and they delivered 2 extra bales as well. So they got 40 extra points from the bales that they delivered during that time, plus another 44 points from those 2 extra bales. And suddenly, it's adding up to 80, 90 points ahead that you'd expect. So, Vultra, good to see them playing strong, loving what they're doing. Let's see if they can keep it up.
We'll see. Of course, the perks, are they going to just like swap them? Or what's going to be the case here? I mean, I don't know why. Vultra doesn't really seem like a team to me that is playing big haul that much.
No.
Maybe I just haven't seen it enough.
I'd say the same.
So I'm just wondering that will they actually go for unstoppable instead on this game? I don't know. I just have this feeling. From Just a Track, I don't know. I actually have no idea what to expect. But we'll see. Telehandler is going to be banned, so Vultra will stick with the same. I think Just a Track is going to stick with the same bans as well. And then it's going to be time for the captain picks, and then we'll see what perks are going to be played. And do we see any surprises here? That's the question. Unstoppable and bottleneck. So yeah,
and
Vultra doesn't go for the big haul at this point.
And it's also really good for Vultra because it means that Just a Tractor cannot deliver more than will give them a 2.4 multiplier, or they're going to stop their own belt. So it really limits Just a Tractor's grain game here, which is really useful for Vultra.
True. But yeah, no surprises here, more or less. What we have been expecting as well. We don't see easy stack, for example. It's not really a thing that the traditional teams have been playing for, but I really love that we actually saw that coming from Lou. So that was really nice to see that Tobias was able to do such a great job with the easy stack. Maybe if we're gonna do that bale stacking challenge, Alex, maybe I can get the easy stack. I don't know what it would be on the bale stacking challenge, but maybe like a wider trailer or something like that. Maybe it would be fair because I'm not a farmer.
It would be auto load, I think, is what it would be on the bale stacking challenge.
Maybe if I could just have like a bale drop or something like that you have to stack so many bales, that would be fine as well. Okay, there we go. We can see Lennox heading the same way as one of the players from Just a Tractor. Hapax got to get that player which they were going for. So this is indicating that they might have a better first bale, because they will want the battle actually at the pad as well. We saw that they will get the combine. Didn't really see who was challenging there, but I'm pretty sure that I saw 2 nameplates from the different teams at the same pad. So I think that, well, both teams actually seem to be having a pretty good first bale. Luka is already here. Scott is going to be right behind him as well. And I think that also Apex is in a good position, a little bit further away. So Valtra, they do have a slight advantage here, I would say, but Apex is already disengaging. So this should be good for both. I think Valtra, yeah, this could be like 145-ish, maybe. We'll see how the toss is going to go. 144, maybe 145, yeah, so that's good. But
there we
go. Should be right behind him. He's going to toss it from the other side. It's going to be less than 140, but 135 maybe, if that's going to go inside. Yeah, 135, so 10 points of a difference. That is exactly a 50% of a bale.
Yeah, a bale in the bottom will cover that. More interestingly, in this early stage, I see that Just Tractor managed to grab a second class combine. So that gives them a distinct advantage. Fortunately for Valtra, it's not so much of an advantage because they have got the ideal, which isn't a million miles away from the sort of capacity that the class Lexion has. The big difference between these 2 combines is the size of the header. This class combine brings in a huge amount in its header, whereas the one on the front of the ideal is ever so slightly smaller. So you won't be able to cover quite as much field in the same time.
Yeah, there was a silo closed again in the first set of drops, which means that the silo closed will not be available on the second batch of the drops once again. Exactly like we had on the previous game as well. And I think that this kind of straightforward gameplay without huge surprises, I think that is really fitting on Valtra, because they like to execute. And maybe they're not so good on adapting on the strategies. I might be wrong on that one, but that's how I have formed picture on my head. So I think that the silo close not being available on the second set of drops is fitting nicely for them. We can see Apex heading for the silo. Probably gonna place that in the right place, not gonna start pouring it down. I mean, when it comes to not playing with big haul, and of course with the big haul as well, but you still want to see if there's going to be grain multiplier. Last tournament we saw people actually pouring now without seeing if the grain multiplier is going to be there or not. But people wanted to go for this like an even earlier first, well, not the first bales, but yeah, the second bales, I would say, to see if they can find some like a very early advantage. But it hasn't been a thing today. So we'll just have to wait and see 1 minute, and then we'll have the second batch of drops, and well, we can still have the bale multiplier. I don't really think the teams are really ready for it, but the grain multiplier, of course, something that's directly affecting the gameplay.
I've seen that happen before, where there's the possibility of the silo closed still being in play, and teams will sometimes just put a preemptive bit of grain into silo just to give themselves a little bit of an advantage, just in case silo closed is the thing that then is going to disrupt. With silo closed out of the picture in this game, I don't expect either team to be doing a preemptive drop, especially as grain multiplier is still in play. So they'll want to make full advantage of that if they can. And
well,
there it is.
The grain multiplier is there, and the bale multiplier as well. So you have to make a decision, but I guess going for the grain multiplier is pretty straightforward for the teams, as they can't really afford. I mean, bale multiplier could be helping a little bit, but then they could be suffering what's going on here. Just having a bit of a problem with the whole setup. The utilities and the vehicles, they are a little bit sideways, but he seems to be getting away from it. And we can see Apex going for the grain multiplier as well. At the same time, we have GT asking for bingo numbers. 22, 5, and 78 is the right line. Definitely the first 3 ones. And now We'll see how well Justin is going to be surviving from this, but they should have the time. Still like a 1 minute to go with the grain. But of course, whatever is going on here, yeah, it's costing time from the other duties at the field. There we go. Finally unloading it.
Ultra do still have grain sitting there. In fact, they are now countering the unloading from Just a Tractor, holding at that 2.2 multiplier. In fact, no, they are now pulling away again, and that is because that break gave them enough time to unload the rest of their combines into the overloader, and it means that Just a Tractor are stuck with where they are. And
this is the hammer time.
Vultra need to unload the rest of this grain. They've got 3 seconds. This is a mistake from them. Yeah, they didn't get it all in time. So, Just a Tractor still have 10 seconds to get as much grain in as they can with this multiplier. They are going to get a good chunk of it, not as much as they might have hoped. And that's it. That is probably going to cause them a big problem.
I think it's going to be about 2.1 or even 2.0 is still doable. So we'll see how that's going to go. But Valtra didn't utilize the multiplier. I mean, Valtra didn't utilize the multiplier either. So they had it for a long time. They just didn't deliver any bales. They had 2.8 at least for a minute, and they didn't do anything with it, to be honest. So bottom boost. And
bottom boost for 45 seconds.
Good. And I think
that is just Just a Tractor's not coming out to get it.
Yeah,
I think either
it
team
would be helpful for Valtra. 2.0, by the way, for both of the teams. But Valtra has a way much more faster belt than Just a Tractor. So this is now Valtra. I think they, the time which Just a Tractor lost, I think now Valtra has, the means to start putting the bales in a little bit earlier. But, it's going to be a tight series. It's the same multiplier, but the speed of the belt, as we can see for Janka, this could be a problem. But they're taking the lead at this point. They will take the bottom boost as well. So
they're going to get a try for the... No, they got blocked!
But they are not getting it. No combo for them. But yeah, just 10 points of a difference. About the same amount of bales with the same multiplier as well. So this will be interesting. Yeah. Just a Tractor is actually seems to be somehow getting around this one. So unless Valtra will come with that last minute efficiency, which we saw in the last game, they need to get some more bales. I mean, with this amount of bales, if everybody delivers, they're getting some more bales, 9 versus 7. So Valtra is looking good. So that can actually make a difference here if they will get some more bales. Press, we don't see any new bales coming from Just a Tractor, but Valtra is getting more. They have 10 now versus 6. So, and 1.5 minutes to go. I think Valtra has the means to put all of them inside as well, because they have the faster belt, because it's certain coming from the safer route. And by the way, I'm missing Kermit. And they're just, making sure that Luca has what they have to deliver. I mean, he doesn't have to. I mean, he just, comes off and the bales just magically disappears. The magicians are on the field. They're just pulling those bales out of the hat.
Look at this. The Valtra are just constantly pulling away at this point. This last minute and a half, they've just kept putting the bales on there and scoring points and scoring points. There's 50 points in this at the moment. It's going to be up to Valtra just continuing to put bales on here, because Just a Tractor are still delivering bales. Janka is still putting bales on there, just trying to keep up with Luca constantly putting bales on there. And Luca is down to his last bale on here. And Just a Tractor are now climbing up there. There's not going to be enough here for Just a Tractor. This is going to go to Valtra, I think. Valtra putting their last bale in.
And Söder's going to swing something for sure. It's going to reverse a swing. And there's going to be more points for Just a Tractor as well. It's going to be just 10 points between the teams. Söder will come with the final bale. But there we go. They're going to win it by 30 points at least.
Wow.
So there we go.
Valtra taking that. keeping that lead till the last few minutes because, yeah, Luca just being expert at putting bales on that conveyor. Fantastic work. Exactly the same number of bales delivered, but more up the top for Vultra. Although bottom boost was had by Just a Tractor at one point, so that would explain the more in the bottom. Just trying to look for any differences anywhere else. No, that was a fairly even game by the looks of things.
Yeah, it was definitely an even game. I mean, that last minute efficiency from Valtra, I think actually Just Attracted they came up pretty nicely. I mean, because there was a moment when it seemed that Valtra was going to be just, pulling away. But then suddenly, I mean, Just Attracted they managed to come back to this about the same scoreline. And then, yeah, they run out of bales. So the gap on the points, I think it was maybe 20 or 30 points more than I was
right, yeah, 20, 30
expecting at the point when they were tied with the bales. So yeah, Walter did pull slightly off at the end, but not as much as they did on the first game. So I think the Just Attracted, they had a good battle. We didn't see much any mistakes happening there, only the issue at the silo. And but also from the Vulture side, I mean, there was a moment when they could have utilized the multiplier while Just Attractive was like struggling at the silo. We didn't see any bales from Vulture side at the time, and that should have been the hammer time to get those 28-point bales or something inside.
Yeah, and to me that is Vulture back to their previous form. That is the kind of play we saw from Vulture in season 3, the kind of stuff that was getting them up to the top of the leaderboards in many tournaments. So I'm really pleased to see a return to form for them. That'll be great to see as the season continues. Just Attractor, though, very much a team to watch. They are doing well, and that second game they were a little bit unlucky to lose. I think part of it was that mistake at the silo. They spent a lot of time fixing that, and as a result, those 2-3 bales that would have won it for them, they didn't get pressed. So I think a team to watch and to see how well that they do coming through the season.
There we have the replays. Early mistake for Hapex. And just to let you guys know on the other side of the screen, this was the last game, so we're going to be finishing this off. And of course, we're going to start tomorrow at 10 o'clock a.m. Central European time, so at the same time, the same channel. We have the remaining matches from the third tournament of 5 on the Farming Simulator League, just to let you know. And it was a pretty quick set of replays. I was just about to relax back on my seat, finally I get on that comfortable noble chair, of course, and I was just relaxing, and I can watch the replays, chill down a little bit, just talk here. But then suddenly the camera came back.
Yes. So yeah, we got to see how that problem at the silo happened for them, and it was just he had the auger out way before he needed it out, and it just slammed in and caused that accident ages to clean up. But yeah, lots of good gameplay from both teams there. Really interested in seeing them continue through to tomorrow. Because of course, Just Attractor, that is the first game they've lost in this tournament, or the first match they've lost in this tournament. So they will be going through to the losers bracket and will be having a chance to make their way through to the final still. Whereas Vultra have not lost a game yet this tournament and are continuing through on the winners bracket. I'm not sure who they will be playing tomorrow. Could be Helm. Yeah, no, in fact, looking at the way the brackets are working, I think they're going to be going through against Helm. So that is going to be an interesting match. Vultra very much looking like they're back on form. Helm looking like they're unstoppable. It's going to be an interesting game to start off tomorrow, I think. So looking forward to that tomorrow.
Yeah, so we have the kind of like the final of the upper bracket, and of course, winner from there is well, going to go to the grand final, and then we still.
Yes.
I think we do have. I'm not sure actually which matches we have, but I'm expecting that we have like a couple of matches from the upper bracket and the remaining matches from the lower bracket, and of course the grand final, and all the important matches as well. I can see that there's some kind of match number 31 as well on the bracket graphics that I have, which is like after the grand final. So I'm not sure what that is actually. I don't know. We'll figure that out. I was trying to see from the nearby distance, but the maybe I just didn't see it. But just remember, the only thing that you have to remember at this point is tomorrow, 10 o'clock in the morning, AM, not PM, AM, Central European time, same channel. You have the same commentators as well, so we'll be here with Alex, of course, and we're gonna enjoy definitely tomorrow to see who's gonna be the winner of the third tournament of the season number 5. So I just hope that you had a great time. We had a great time. Hopefully, we'll be more organized tomorrow and actually have a better list of the matches. But yeah, what I can promise you that we'll do our best.
And we will see you tomorrow, 10 a.m. Central European time. Until then, bye for now.